And we also have Sam.
Sure do. I'm Lindsay. I'm playing Som, a witch who hails from the Republic of Vanas. She is a scion of the Midnight Cult and is basically super jazzed to be a witch. She does pride herself in being, very forward thinking, though. She doesn't think that every human needs to be enslaved, just most of them. So. Um, but yeah, she, as a scion of the Midnight Cult, travels around to basically kind of gather information and give instruction to the hands of the Midnight Cult. And yeah, she's she's just an awesome witch who just wants to murder monsters because they're perverting the power of Lilithia and enslave most of the world.
And she is not revealed to the rest of the Monster Hunter party that she is a scion of the
Oh no no no
Midnight
no
Cult,
no
right?
no no no
Okay.
no. That
Just
is
to be clear, so there's
secrets.
a little bit of
Just to be clear.
secret tensions going on. Cool. And then finally we have Jens Gunster.
Yeah, my name is Dave, also known as Defrost303 in the community. I'm playing Jens. He is a werewolf from Druya, and he's just been kind of a wanderer and joined up with these monster hunters for probably gold and adventure, I would assume. But he has no problem hunting other monsters because they're nefarious abominations. But where he's from, werewolves are, kind of revered. One thing I don't know, based on the character, and I'd like to know what your intention was when you guys created him. Does the rest of the party know that Jens is a werewolf?
I think that Oz definitely knows because he helped Ozzy to fake his own death. So
Okay.
Yeah, so I leave it to you and Ozzy, I guess, to decide if that's been revealed to the rest of the party. But I would imagine for the most part, the party is aware of each other's supernatural abilities and characteristics. Just because,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's fun.
Bronislav is literally a walking corpse. Lonila is a vampire and can't go out during the daytime, very effectively at least. Then Ozzy and Sam are
Yeah.
both witchy. Uh,
Just need an umbrella.
so yeah, and at this point you've been together for a few years, or
Oh,
at least a
okay.
little
Yeah. Well,
bit.
then it would make
So
sense.
yeah. So
I would
though,
assume at least once or twice Jens has tried to eat everyone in the party.
yeah. So that yeah, I think the only secret that's being withheld from the rest of the party is Sam's allegiance to the Midnight Cult, but otherwise, I would imagine you're all pretty much an open book to each other. Though now, as we're discussing this, I really do love the idea of a group of monsters. Though
I
none of
don't
them
know that.
know each other are monsters, that will be like the entire campaign. That would actually be super awesome. Uh, maybe for when we get to something strange or something, we'll do something like that. I don't know. But cool. So awesome. We have our monstrous group of monster hunters: Branislav the Grave Walker, Lonila the Vampire, Ozzy and Sam the Warlock and Witch, respectively, and finally Jens Gunster the Werewolf from Druya. We open on the dark forests of the nation of Siven. I imagine that the forests are not necessarily perpetually cloaked in cloud and overcast, but certainly today it is quite overcast. It is also pretty late in the night, so you cannot see beyond you cannot see the starlight past the overcast clouds above, with these clouds that are sort of swollen with rain but don't seem like they're ready to burst quite yet. And we zoom in on the dark forest. We zoom past a small village of relatively religious folk, a Sivan shtetl almost. It's a pretty isolated village that keeps to itself, but it is centered around their small wooden church, and they have recently been terrorized by some sort of abomination, the likes of which they are not familiar with because they don't often encounter abominations and aberrations that are most often found nearby the Midnight Mountains, which are quite a distance away from this particular kingdom. And we zip past that village, and deep into the woods, we zoom in through the interlocking branches and trees and foliage to see our group of monster hunters. I imagine, for the sake at least of Ozzy and Sam, there is some sort of light spread around. It's a makeshift clearing in that it wasn't until very recently a clearing, but something has knocked down quite a few of the trees in the area, and in the middle of this clearing, leaning against a stump, is a dilapidated, shattered merchant's carriage. You can see small mounds in the dark dirt around the carriage in the clearing, and if you were to look a little bit closer and investigate, you would realize that those mounds are actually the desiccated corpses of who were presumably the drivers of that carriage. Inside the carriage, just peeking out, is a silver spiked cage. To those who are familiar with such things, it's very clear that this cage was meant to contain and secure some sort of supernatural entity. Like I said, it has these silver spikes inside it, so that if whatever was contained within tried to break free, it would have to pierce itself upon the serrated edges and thorns within the cage. However, that cage is on its side, and the door is wide open. Clearly, whatever was in the cage had found its way out somehow and made very quick work of the humans attempting to transport it to wherever it was supposed to be going to. And what that creature was is a plagued. It was at some point it was a human, clearly, but now it is this enormous creature covered in boils and pustules and oozing green vomit. It is larger than a normal human. It's cursed disease embiggening it so that it towers above your average human. And it is, and we open on it in the torchlight, uh, roaring and spitting at the five of you who are in the middle of combat with it. You have just been fighting with it for quite a while. And with that, I'm going to have us all. I'm not going to have us start do an initiative roll. All of you enter combat PCs. You all get first go. So I just need to add PC slots. I don't know how to do that. Why am I having issues with this? Here, let's do. Cool. So we open with 5 PC slots, and then finally the NPC slot. And like I said, it is this hulking, diseased creature that is just leaning forward and roaring at you. It is bleeding profusely, a green, tainted, infected blood dripping out of its wounds. And how are you guys positioned? It's entirely up to you how you guys are positioned. And I think that we enter combat with all of you have your weapons drawn, whatever weapon you're using. And I give it to your guys' turn. Who would like to go first, and what would you like to do?
I'll take first shot, if everybody's okay with that.
Sure.
This is
Great.
good.
All right, so I think Bran is sort of he's probably not behind cover at this moment, but he is like right next to the wagon. He's about medium range from this thing, and he is going to draw back an arrow, and use exploit to add the ensnare quality to his attack. So I assume it's this monstrous prey that's here on the table.
Yes, yeah, it is the monstrous prey.
Okay. And going to spend a maneuver to aim as well.
Okay.
Okay. One success and a triumph.
Ooh, nice. Okay. Well, that's 8 damage. So this has 6 soak. So you do two wounds to it. And well, what do you want to do with that triumph? I guess. I
Yeah,
will say
so
that before.
ensnare requires activation, right? I meant to check that.
Yes, yeah,
It
snare is
does.
an activated quality. I will also say with the one thing to note about this that you would know at this point is that whenever you wound it, uh, puffs of corrosive atmosphere release from its pustules whenever it suffers damage or a wound. So that is something you could turn that off with that triumph if you wanted to, or you could spend it on a crit.
No, I'm gonna lock it down in place and ensnare it.
Awesome. Okay, I think then your crossbow bolt. This is a crossbow, right, or a bow?
It's a bow.
Oh, okay, so the arrow whistles through the air and sinks deep right into its foot, I think, and literally pins it to the dirt beneath. However, from that wound, a puff of green smoke and spores sort of waft into the atmosphere directly around it, and even at this distance, you can tell that the air is thick with something something corrosive, immediately around it, within short range of it. And it is the next PC slot. Who would like to go next?
I'd be happy to.
Sure.
Okay. So now that Bran has ensnared it, Jens is kind of covering his face a little bit, coughing, but he's used to having to work in these kind of situations where we're all working together. So he's going to start shouting out a couple of commands in an attempt to use his field commander skill to give everybody some free maneuvers.
Awesome.
And that is an average leadership check.
Okay.
And if I'm successful, then a number of my allies up to my presence skill can perform an out of turn maneuver.
Awesome. Yeah. They must suffer 1 strain for it, but yeah, they can immediately move. Cool. What's your presence? Let's see.
2.
I think it's like low. It's 2. Okay, so two allies.
And that's a bummer.
Uh,
So that's two. That's 0 successes, but 2 advantage. So and as Jens is coughing, he's unable to get any kind of clear instruction out.
you have the 2 advantage though.
Yeah. Let's see.
What was that, Jens? I think you got a hair pull.
This stuff, it's terrible. I keep losing my window, but I think I will actually. What I'll do is I'll just pass. I'll pass a boost to the next check, and I'm not sure what else. How about is there something I can notice about maybe the way the creature moves or the way that it behaves that might give me some information about it, like a weak point or something like that?
Sure. Yeah, something about the creature itself. Okay. Well, you of course know that it's vulnerable to alchemical silver as a supernatural creature. Um, hmm. So I think okay, I know exactly what happened. So the when Brand's arrow lands, just incidentally, there's a little quick cloud burst and a bit of rain coats the area very intensely for just 30 seconds or so, but it's an intense downpour for that brief moment. And the haze of the green clouds neutralizes and flattens down, at least for the duration while it's raining for that brief 30-second interval. And Jens, you notice that. I think particularly Jens notices that because maybe it's the pungent scent is dampened significantly with the rainfall, more so than just the effects of rain.
Okay.
And then also you'll pass that boost to the next skill check, and I think that that boost will just be because even though maybe you weren't able to get people to move, you weren't able to sort of take on that field commander presence. You at least are taking some amount of lead and sort of driving the combat forward and inspiring some sort of tactical approach to the encounter. Who would like to take the next PC slot?
Well, real quick
sure.
before that, my maneuver, I'd like to back out of maybe to medium range and try to be outside of the cloud of spores.
Oh, sure, of course. Yeah, I didn't catch that you were in short range. Okay, cool.
I didn't really know, but I just assumed.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Okay, so you're in medium range now. I think uh, Bronislav, Jens are both at medium range. As you take your turns, you can just tell me where you are. Who is taking the next PC slot?
Well, I just have a quick question before that for Ozzy and I.
Sure.
Because we've been in combat for a bit, can we assume in this encounter that we already have an empathic link? Or would you like us to?
No, I think you
Because we
can.
both
If you have that dark whispers thing or whatever, I
Yeah,
think
both of us do.
you can assume that you have a weak empathic link already without having
Yes. Good.
to
Okay.
do the actual action. If you want to
Great.
say that, because like you're saying, you both have been stabbing and poking at the creature for a bit, that you grab some blood or something for a stronger
Yeah.
empathic link, that's fine. But for that, I'd require a story point spend.
Okay, understood.
Would it be a point for the both of us to have gotten some blood? Because I was planning on being at short range with it, because I only have a dagger, so I would have run up to it and maybe very weakly stabbed it.
It would be
and gotten
respective
some blood on
points.
the knife.
Yeah, it would be respective points. Sorry.
Or witches who've been working together for a while.
You're effectively declaring that you have an item that normally you'd have to prepare to have. So
Not my
yeah,
fault that you said that we had been fighting for a while.
It's all right. I got a plan. If I can take this next.
All right.
Do
All right. So I'm currently short range from this beast, and I see that the bow, not the bow, the arrow, has temporarily immobilized this creature. And it's spewing vomit and gore and all other sorts of nastiness. Ozzy is really pale right now. He's currently holding a torch in one hand because he's human, so he can't see all that well in the dark, and the dagger is sort of trembling in his other hand. He's going to run up to engage range with the creature. See all of the vomit and stuff that is currently littered the floor, and could I spend a maneuver to pick some of that up, like stab the blade into some of the vomit that's already on the ground, and quickly wrench it out to get some sort of empathic link?
Totally, yes. You can do that as a maneuver as you enter into short range with it. However, you feel your skin begin to intensely itch and dry out rapidly, even with the rain. The atmosphere around the monstrous prey, or the plagued, as you know that it's called, is a rank 1 corrosive atmosphere. So just take 1 wound.
Okay. Would it be possible for me to downgrade the motion of picking it up into, or upgrade it to an action so that I can use another maneuver to get out of engage chains with it?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
You can use an action as a maneuver instead.
Well, yeah, but what he's asking is, can it be an action so I can take the second maneuver on my turn? Because otherwise,
you don't want to pay the
he's
straight
limited
cost.
to 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, I run up to it, I scoop some of the gore onto my dagger, and then I'm like, all right, I'm out of here, and quickly backtrack, almost stumbling over as he's just trying to get closer to Jens, who was he's trying to follow his lead, but he wasn't really sure what he was saying. But he's getting out of dodge.
Yeah, I'd like that. That's seems very Ozzy appropriate to me. As he scrambles in and then scrambles out immediately as he begins to feel his skin itch. But yeah, still take that 1 wound, but otherwise, you're good. I think is that your turn?
Yep.
Cool. Who is taking the next PC slot?
I can go unless you have something, Sam.
Well, I'll go last. It's fine.
Okay. So I just want to clarify something mechanically real quick.
Absolutely.
Medicine checks once per encounter per character, correct? Or no?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So I think Lonela here, if she's been with you guys for a while, she's probably the mom of the group, unless somebody else wants to take that role. But just judging from her description, so she would run. I was picturing that she was behind Jens, because Jens, I'm figuring, is a big guy, and so when he moves, she's just still crouched there. But when she sees Ozzy run away coughing, she's gonna I'm expecting her to get into engage range with Ozzy, just so that because she would be like doting on him a little bit, like, oh, that doesn't look good.
It's probably just a flesh wound.
Well, those aren't good either. You don't heal from those like I do. And I would like to make some sort of knowledge check against the creature to gain some insight. I don't know which knowledge it would be. But to gain some kind of like if I know anything about this creature or exactly what is affecting it or anything basically.
I would do. I would give you either knowledge forbidden,
Okay.
because it is a forbidden monstrosity, though. It would be average knowledge forbidden, or hard knowledge lore for that. But
Go with the lore.
I do like this scene of we see like Yen's charge, or Yen tries to shout everyone and maybe moves around, and then as he steps aside, we see immediately behind Yen's Lonila crouched with her apothecaries kits and medical kits, like looking through the tinctures and everything, before we see Ozzy do his whole scramble in and out of the spore cloud. And go ahead and roll a lore or forbidden, depending on which
Hard
you
is
would like.
3, correct?
Yes, hard is 3 purple.
Just double checking. All right.
Nice.
Woo!
Single success. Let's go.
Cool. So,
Oh, you can get a boost, because I don't think I used my boost.
Oh yeah, there is no boost
Oh,
on
yeah.
the skill check, so go ahead and I think with the plagued pinned
I should have passed
to
it.
the ground, you get a really good full appraisal of it. Like you just get like a brief moment. I think lightning flashes with that sudden downpour, and you get a sort of perfect view that's almost a medical schematic view of the plague as it screams into the night. And you get 2 successes and an advantage. So with those 2 successes, I think what I'll say is that you, in your studies of monstrous creatures and aberrations in particular, you have come across documents and research notes on the plagued in particular, the creature that this thing is that you're fighting. And in those notes, you have identified there is a specific vein in the plague that is responsible for suffusing its blood with this corrosive spore stuff. And you know exactly where that vein is. So I think that were someone to do an aimed shot at that particular vein to sort of cut it, you could stop it from pumping any more corrosive atmosphere into the environment whenever it's wounded.
Oh, cool. Okay. So yeah, I get a good look at this. I run after Ozzy and give him like a setting equivalent of like a cough drop. It doesn't do anything. But I'm like, here, it's gonna be okay. Just take this.
Okay.
And then I wanna whistle to get Bronislav's pronounce it.
Yeah.
Attention, and then whatever the vein is on the monster, I'm gonna point on me where the equivalent would be. So if it's like around its neck, I'm gonna point to my neck to like indicate like this is where you should shoot on the monster.
Sure. Yeah.
Run. Nods and knocks an arrow. Oh.
Perfect. Yeah. No, and I think that because you guys have been monster hunting together for so long that like you probably have some sort of hand signal where it's like your finger like slams into your other fist or something, and then you point to like the vein to indicate that the arrow shot. Perfect. So yes, if you do an aimed shot, so that basically that means that you upgrade the difficulty of the check and do I think like half damage or something. But you get the effect of it, and you do have one advantage. There's something you'd like to do with that.
I'll pass a boost to the next. I guess narratively it would make sense if it was either for Ozzy or Sam is going next. So me indicating where the weak point is, can maybe give Sam an advantage on her next action.
Sure, yeah, I think it maybe gives Sam a little bit of a better understanding of the empathic channels that course through the plagued.
Yeah. Whatever you witches do. Yeah, there you go.
And with that, let's move to Sam's turn. What is Sam going to do with this knowledge of empathic channels?
Well, the issue is that Sam has only been thinking about turning this massively annoying creature into a toad. And kind of still thinks, hey, that might be a good idea.
Sure. It's going to be a really hard check, but sure. I have to actually.
I was gonna say, because that's what I had to ask first. Because also, sorry, again, have not been able to like fully, really read everything. But it says upgrade the check once, but then it says for polymorph, baleful, range,
Yeah, so
average. So it would just turn into a hard check.
If you're gonna move into short range, it would upgrade.
Who says I'm not in short range?
Or you could be in short range, in which case you're taking 1 damage from the corrosive atmosphere. But yeah, you would. It would be a purple and a red. So it stays average. It just upgrades one of those purple dice to a red die.
There's some blood on my knife if you need it. And guts. It's really smelly.
So yeah, okay. Witchcraft is annoying. Let's see.
So and
then
there's
holding out the dagger to the one side.
Yeah, well, so here's why sorry everybody, I have a few questions. I have a talent called Cackle, which you may voluntarily suffer 1 strain to concentrate on a spell as an incidental rather than a maneuver.
Sure.
You wouldn't need to concentrate yet.
You don't need that until you succeed on polymorph. What concentrate does is just if there's a sustained effect, so like polymorph, for example, then you would need to concentrate it to maintain it for more than just the initial round.
It's a great talent name. So Cackle.
Yeah, so if you want to keep it polymorph for more than 1 round, then you'll need to that will be really helpful because it'll make it an incidental rather than a maneuver. And an incidental just means it's something you can do. Like incidental is just like an action that happens. It doesn't really.
Yes, that's why I was kind of confused on part. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, just so you know, like whenever you cast a spell like that, it lasts until the end of your next turn. Yeah, yes. So it's just if you want to keep it going after that point.
Great. So for this time, could I snag some? So say I'm not. Am I able to snag some goop, get into short range, and do this spell?
Well, yeah. If you want to have a stronger link,
too many.
It would be It would take a maneuver. If we're saying that you're starting at short range, it would take a maneuver to grab the goop onto your knife. Or a maneuver to grab some of the goop from Ozzy's knife, whichever you want to do.
Yeah.
And then...
Well, if I'm in short range, I can just grab it from the ground.
You still have your other maneuver that you can do if you spend 2 strain, but then the polymorph spell would be an action.
Great. Okay, great. Let's just try that out, because why not? Let's start off ridiculous. Okay, so...
Just to know you're going to get stuck in engaged range. You do that. Because you're going to have to move, maneuver to get it, and then action. So you're using up everything you have.
I thought you were able to do something after the action.
You can. Sam will be starting in short range, right? Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you're in short range already. So if it's a maneuver just to grab the stuff. So you can still cast it within short range.
Oh,
you're spending your one maneuver to actually grab the empathic link, and then if you want to get out of range, it'll be another maneuver. But that'll take 2 strain.
Great.
Okay, cool.
2 strain. Yeah. Okie. Nifty. All right. So yeah. So Sam is in right up in this creature's face. She's absolutely furious. She despises these perversions of Alithya's power. She reaches down, scoops some of the disgusting bile onto her knife, and the beautiful, beautiful guttural language that she's known how to speak since birth, she begins attempting to turn this creature into a giant fat toad.
Nice. And take
Boop,
1 wound
beep, boop,
as you do
beep,
that.
boop, beep, boop. Boop, beep, boop. Yum. All right, and so witchcraft. And then now that I have the goop,
Yeah, it's
that is a. God, where's the?
what's
There
the
it is. Let's see. I'm gonna call it the same as blood, no modifier, so it's just average.
Yeah, that's fair. This is effectively blood, so no modifiers. So it's just an average check.
Yeah. All right, so it's just average.
Yep.
2 poiple.
And quick clarification as I read this ability, actually you can't concentrate on this one, so this only will keep it polymorphed to the end of the target's next turn.
Oakley dokley. And then was there a? Should I do a boost on this, or should I leave that for the next person in case I fail? I'm going to leave it for the next person in case I fail.
That was you have to use it. If you don't use it, it just disappears.
I have to use it. Oh man. Fine. All right. Okay.
I've never heard anyone disappointed that they got a boost.
Yeah.
First time.
Okay, let's do. Oh wait, why do I have? What am I doing? I'm so sorry. Boop.
Oh, geez.
What?
No. What? Why is it doing that?
Oh, that seems like you rolled way too many dice, though. Yeah. So you got 2 successes, 4 advantages,
No, but
and a triumph. I feel like there's a. Okay.
Hold
Did it add extra dice?
No, because I clicked it twice. I clicked it twice
Oh,
accidentally, but I deleted it, but it didn't accept the
get rid
deletion.
of- Okay.
There we go. That's more reasonable.
Okay. Yeah. So 1 success, 3 advantages, which is still a very good roll. So you, as your skin begins to crack and maybe hiss a little bit in the.
You mean it begins to bubble, toil, and trouble?
No, I don't mean that. I hate that. As your skin begins to do whatever it does, it's the listener's decision what it does. You say you say these magic words, this ancient, deeply magical, innate language that you know, and suddenly the plagued turns into a giant toad. Is that what you are going with?
Yeah, just like a good old fat toad. You know.
Yep, you just hear like a little
slower and easier to hit. I didn't want it to be fast, I wanted it to be a slower target for everybody.
So it turns into a toad, and it can still take maneuvers to move, but it just can't take actions now, and it's a toad.
Mm-hmm. It's a toad.
But yeah, it does like a little ribbit and looks confused.
Cute.
You have 3 advantages. Is there anything in particular you would like to spend those advantages on?
I want to. I can pass off advantage to somebody, right? Or how does this work again? Hell.
Yeah.
But that's
1 advantage passes a boost to the next check, or 2 advantage to whoever you want.
You can, though, for magic in particular, though, advantage and threat have special things, I think. Right.
Oh shoot!
No, just
threat.
Oh, just threat does? Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Just threat? Oh, okay,
threat.
great.
So you can do whatever you want with the advantage. No, usually it would be better, but threat is worse. But yeah, okay. So you can pass on the boost to whoever you want. Also take 2 strain, because you have to spend strain.
Oh yes, thank you. Yes. Boop boop boop. So yes, I want to. Bran, you're next, right?
Anybody?
Probably. Yeah.
Probably. Okay, well, whoever's next, I want to pass on an advantage to.
Okay.
A boost to, whatever you want to say.
You still have 2 advantages, though. That's only 1 advantage to pass a boost.
What do I do with these 2 advantages? Any advice?
I mean, you could say it's Bran no matter where he goes and just spend 2 advantage on it to get him a boost specifically.
Just in case, because you're ranged. Yeah. Also specifically a boost to Bran as well.
That's fair. Also, the polymorph is going to wear off at the end of this round because of
Exactly. Yeah.
the weird way that it works. So, Bran, you will get
Jeez.
the boost, and
No.
oh
Wait,
no,
hold on. Not this round. No. Until the end of your target's
Yeah, so it's
your target's
and
next
it's
turn.
going
Wait.
So
next.
the target's next turn is
next.
happening right now.
That's
Learning.
infuriating. No.
Well,
But
at least it prevents him from taking an action, pretty much.
yeah,
Yeah.
it exactly. It
Or like
prevents
an
his
action that's worth anything. Like he can't attack. Or I guess he could attack, but I don't know how strong a frog hits, you know?
There's
Can I
nothing
take
engaged with him.
And he's
Can I take 2 strain to stab the toad?
He's also ensnared.
yeah, you can. Yeah, it's not like it.
I would like to take 2 strain.
Yeah,
to
there's nothing
stab this
that
toad.
like does anything to. You can attack it while it's polymorphed. So yeah, go ahead. No, sorry, you can't do that because that's an action, and you did your action. So you can,
I was trying, and I thought I had gotcha. Fine, I won't do it.
It's very sneaky, but no.
Thank you.
I wanted so badly to say something, but I wasn't gonna GM your game for you.
No. So yeah, you cannot stab the toad, but you still have. Do you want to take another strain? I get like you can take 2 strain with the maneuver to try and funnel the toad in a direction or something.
Go on, get.
But the toad is ensnared,
Come on,
though.
get
Yeah,
out
it
of
can't
here.
go anywhere.
That's true.
No, I
Oh
just-
yeah, that's right. Yeah, so the toad is still the arrow is still piercing the toad's
It's
like
like-
webbed foot. Yeah, it's like little webbed foot, and it's still stuck in the ground.
I'm so glad this is the dumbest thing I've ever done. This is fantastic. Should have gone first. Oh well.
Lea's like, Psalm, honey, I've asked you to tell us ahead of time if you're doing the Toad Gambit, so we need to know.
We've got a name
Shouts,
for it and
"Shut up,
everything.
Mom." All right. Well, she's gonna take 2. Oops, wrong direction. Sorry, failing. There we go. 2 strain to get out of engaged. And while she's doing this, it's because
Sure. Well, you were in short. You weren't engaged with it. You were in short.
Oh, sorry, to get out of.
So you can move
to get out of, but short is
medium
still unfortunate, you know.
Yeah, it's still within that
Too close for comfort.
the cloud. Yeah.
Exact, too close for comfort. So she moves out of short range toward Lanila and Ozzy, shouting, "Shut up, Mom!" away from the toad.
Okay, cool. Was there anything with the other 2 advantages that you wanted to do though? You still have those left.
No, I thought I did one for the next person. Well, Bran, are you going next?
One for Bran and one for the next person.
I see. Okay, cool. That works then too. Then you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
You step back to medium range from the toad, who is pinned to the ground with an arrow. The toad can't really do anything. He can't move, can't take an action. So he pretty much just like flails and leaps, panicked, croaking and ribbiting in very, very fast croaks, and then suddenly is back into plagued form, into his original form, and I think he, looks a little woozy and begins to lunge away from you guys towards the woods. However, he is still pinned to the ground, at least for this turn, so cannot do anything. But I think he rips the arrow out of the ground, so next turn he'll be able to move. Because the ensnare only lasts for 1 round, right? You don't have like a.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he could do an action right now and a hard athletics check to try to break it if he wanted.
Oh, it lasts until he breaks out of it, I guess.
No.
Right?
No. It's 1 round, but he could try to break out of it now.
Oh, I see. Oh, and then do a maneuver. I see. He can't though because he doesn't get that action. So basically, he because it wears off, he just begins to lunge towards the woods, but hasn't made any distance yet because has to rip the arrow out of his foot. and it's back to the PC turns. It is clear
I really
that
like
this
Jupiter as a toad.
yeah, it's clear that the aberration is trying to flee at this point.
So I've got potentially 2 boost dice
Yes.
Mhm.
here.
I will give you 1 gold coin if you let me go first.
We all go before the monster does, so we'll all have a chance to do something.
All right,
Yes,
yeah,
But
no,
this
go
way we
for
can
it.
have multiple boosts.
Yeah, go for it. That's
So
fine.
Ozzy is the one who ran in and got the goop, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to, my field commander tactics didn't work, but Jens is really impressed by strength, but he knows that strength comes in a lot of different forms. So when I think, which one is it? Is it Ozzy that is the other witch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ozzy's the
Ozzy's
warlock,
Oh, that's right.
and Som's the witch.
He did mention that he ran over by me. So I wanna like Yin's like kind of just like picks him up and just like gives him a big bear hug, and he's like, I like what you do, and then he like gives him a pat on the ass and pushes him right back into the fray, and that's going to be a coordinated assault. So Ozzy, I'm going to spin my maneuver on this. So Ozzy will get an advantage to his next check, and also, I don't know if I'm engaged with Bran as well. We were all at medium range, sort of. But if he's engaged with me, then he also gets the benefit of that. Just by, a little bit of cheerfulness from seeing the camaraderie there, I guess.
I think you're all close enough
There's
to each
nothing
other.
like seeing
We'll
a
say,
warlock
yeah.
get his ass slapped to make you want to go.
Ozzy was definitely like trying really hard to keep the flame away from dang it, I forgot the who
Jens.
just hugged Jens. Yeah,
Jens,
he's definitely like trying very hard to keep the flame from hitting Jens as he's getting bear hugged.
Just a quick correction here. That's 2 advantage because you have 2 ranks in leadership.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
No. It's a number of allies engaged with me equal to my leadership get 1 advantage to their combat checks.
Oh right. Okay. So you got both allies. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, two allies, Bran and Ozzy get an advantage on their next check each, and then
I see. Okay.
yeah, and then I will. Spears are able to be thrown, correct?
They should be.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm open to that area, so give me 1 second.
I don't think there's a throwing stat line for.
Maybe it's the light. Actually, the light spear is throwable, and the silver spear is not. So
Yeah, the silver spear is like a 2-handed spear, so it would be. I'd be surprised, but
It's like a glaive.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case,
You can throw it with the following profile: ranged, damage +2, crit forward, ranged, short, accurate 1, limited ammo 1.
is that even the normal spear or only the light spear?
That is the spear.
That's the spear
Okay.
stuff. Okay, cool. Then yeah, you can go ahead and
All
throw
right.
it.
Yeah. So then I will. Would you say the range was? It was short, right?
Yep.
Okay. So after giving Ozzy my little pep up speech and pat on the ass, Jens turns and he's like, yeah, and I'm going to spend in my second maneuver to move into short range and do like a really cool like Achilles jump spear throw thing at the pestilence.
Hell yeah. Welcome to the Olympics.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, this is your throwing the spear.
Yes. Oh, and I think I got a boost.
Yeah.
Yes.
You do have a boost.
So
And don't forget it has accurate 1, so you're. Oh yeah, you added that. Okay.
So it's weird. It didn't show what my. Oh yeah. So that's 3 success and 2 advantage.
Right.
So
What was that weapon profile? It wasn't 7 damage though. A thrown, right? It was 4, I think.
It was +2. So
+2.
for him, it's
So
6 plus advantage. Yeah. So 9.
no, if it was +2. So what is your
Yeah,
brawn?
and his bronze 4.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, 6. Yeah, okay, cool. Yep. So it's it ended up being the exact same as it calculated. So yep, 9 damage.
Ooh, and it's silver.
Yep. So that hits its silver anathema. Basically, it just means it does its full damage. And 2 advantages. So, do you know what you want to spend those advantages on? I'm just going to go double check the silver anathema really quickly.
Well, wouldn't he know exactly where the no gross bile vein is now? So it probably would have hit that, right?
Um,
I think you said that was aimed
that would be an
like a
aimed.
targeted.
Yeah, that'd be an aimed attack.
Oh, okay. Got it.
But I would give you
Hmm.
that if you wanted to like maybe nick it or something, or maybe the spear compresses it for a moment for at least this round. Uh, the damage you just did won't trigger the cloud. I would give you that.
Okay. Well, I think
Because that would
I'd.
hit a few people. That would hit me, Lania, yourself. Because we're all in short, right?
Yeah. Okay, so I guess like just for this, yeah, I'll take that. That's a good way to spin advantage. Like maybe like it's just come back out of this frog form and just immediately gets plowed, and it can't even like get its wits about him to produce the, maybe the remnants of the magical effect of being a toad prevents it from producing some nastiness for just a minute. And Jens is like, yes, this is how you do it.
Yeah, and that cuts through its soak and does 3 wounds to it as he tries to flee. But yeah, like you said, no cloud of spores or corrosive cloud emits from the spear as it sinks into the monster's prey, into the plague. Who would like to go on the next turn?
I have a very exciting idea.
Go for
He's
it.
gonna take a couple shots at it here.
I was gonna try to use my blood magic to make we've been pointed out where this vein is. I was gonna try to make it a bigger target for you.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right.
Like
Sure, go for it.
there's blood in there and there's blood on my knife. So after Ozzy gets slapped on the ass, and he sees Jens charge forward and heave his spear, he's going to look towards uh, Lanela. I see that she's pointing where this vein is, and he's like, "That's the bad spot, right? Where the goop comes from."
Very good, very good. That is right. She says like almost condescending, but she doesn't mean it that way.
He looks at the disgusting bits of gore that's embedded on his knife. Some of it is still almost squirming, or maybe that's just a trick of the light. As he looks towards where this pulsing vein is, and he looks back at what is your character's name again? I
Bran
should
or
have
Branislav.
Branislav. Um, I'll make the vein larger for you, and he's going to. I wanted to try to use some witchcraft in order to enlarge in this vein so that it pulses with energy and it becomes a very large target for him to shoot.
Okay. I'm trying to think if that would be. It could be a curse, I suppose.
Cool.
Yeah, I think that makes sense as a curse.
Okay. Let me look at my skills. Witchcraft. He is short range, correct?
Yeah.
Probably be average.
Yeah.
Oh,
It would,
yeah. What's the basic? So
You've
this
got basically blood, so it would be average.
okay.
Yeah, because I don't think there's not like an augment ability. So yeah, I would give that to you for curse.
Okay. Is there any way that I can add the base stuff for curse onto this spell, or would it just be making the thing bigger? If I can like hurt it in the process by I'm drawing all the energy to this one vein, so other parts of its body are slightly weakened.
If you want to add other effects, I think that's totally fine. You won't get the
cool.
base effect of imposing a setback because you're giving a boost. Basically, is that like what your intent is to give a boost on hitting the vein?
Yeah, I want to make it an easier target.
Yeah. So, the rather than imposing a setback on selected skill checks, it'll be you add a boost on skill checks to hit that target. But you can do any other spell effects you want with the standard spell effects rules, which for curse has.
What are the other ones that I could add?
So,
I have like a few different effects here.
Yeah.
So
with curse you have enervate, hexed, increase range. Here, I can share this into the chat for you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, small font.
Oh, yeah. Let me see if I can.
That no, I don't actually think it's worth it to add that, because this is a sort of a even check as it is. Can you aim spells?
Yeah.
Only attacks.
Yeah, only attacks.
Yeah, only attack spells.
Okay, fair enough. So I have a pass advantage, so I have to add all dice. Okay. Just trying to wonder what I could do with my maneuvers. Anyone have any suggestions?
So I will say that as even though Jens just impaled the plagued with a silver spear, it is clear the plague is like making a beeline away from you guys. It is trying to flee. So one thing you might do with your maneuvers is to try and block its path of egress.
I don't know if he's that brave. No, he's confident that everyone else will be able to dogpile this thing. He'll just stay where he is, and yeah, I'll just make that check.
Okay, cool. One success, one advantage. So
Hell yes.
Targeting the plague vein of the monster's prey will gain the benefit of a boost. And what would you like to do with that advantage?
I'll pass another boost, and I have to take strain for casting spells.
Yes, 2
right?
strain.
Okay.
You could spend a maneuver to go into like a guarded stance or take cover.
Is there any way that, I guess that'd be like a different check, to try to coerce it into staying here? That sounds like an action.
Yeah.
I'll take a guarded stance. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I would say that you could
myself.
also move into cover. That's a good suggestion because there are felled trees and tree stumps all over this clearing, so there's plenty of cover to go around, I think.
That sounds just like Ozzy. So he whispers some I was about to say arcane mutterings, but he whispers some language in a whispers some words in a language that is mostly lost as the vein begins to pulse and pulse and pulse until it grows bigger, making a much meatier target for the next bow shot or any attack that is directed against it. And I sort of imagine that this thing sort of looks back at him, and he immediately runs into cover, um, and dives behind a tree as he's sort of poking his head out, wary of this monster.
Yeah, immediately after Jens like gave you the ass pat and shoved you back into the fray, you do this you mutter this spell and then his veins glow, and then you just immediately dive back behind a tree stump, and we move to the next slot. I think Bran wanted to go
What?
next?
No, you come back over here.
All
That's
right.
enough bravery for today.
All right. So first off, gonna use exploit again to add the ensnare quality to my attack.
Okay.
That's an incidental. I am then going to spend a maneuver to suffer 2 strain, and this is a lot of strain on this turn, so bear with me here. To add linked to my attack.
God.
And that is linked 2. And then I need to spend a maneuver to do the aim.
Okay.
At the vein. And and that's just, do I get anything?
It's an aimed shot, so let me pull it up because I often forget the specific workings of this, but I believe it's basically you do half damage with it. You do half damage with it, and then have the effect that you were intending for.
If you were to activate linked, would it affect the other shots? Would it be half damage for them? Because once the vein is popped, like, the vein's gone.
I wouldn't apply it for linked. It's the first hit, I think, would suffer the half damage, and then the other ones are different hits.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not finding it super fast, so that's just how we'll run it.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of strain expenditure here. Anybody mind if I use a story point here to upgrade as he sort of just kind of goes into hatred mode on this thing, because there's a good chance that this is
Hell yeah.
not necessarily
all
what
in.
took him, but all right, this is
Quit.
a big pool.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, so that's 3 successes, 3 advantage, and a triumph.
Pretty sure this thing's dead.
Dang, linked.
So yeah, so let me double check linked here. I was just pulling that up. I believe.
I think you just spend 2 advantage to make the other shot happen.
But since you have link 2, you could also spend a triumph to have a third shot hit.
Ooh.
Linked. Okay. 2 advantage to gain an additional hit. You can do so as many times as the linked rating. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, and I'm sorry, these were silvered arrows as well. I did pull those.
Okay.
So that's gonna be 3. Yeah, he's gonna just go all in on, actually hoping to take it down and hit it 3 times. So 3 arrows sink straight into this thing, like.
Okay. And the first one hits the vein, right? Because you were doing an aimed
Yep.
shot for the vein. So that does. So that's 10. That's 5. But I'll give it to you. So he hits the vein anyway. And then the other 2 are both for 10 damage. That's how linked works. It does the same exact damage as the hit, or is it just the base damage?
Yeah.
Get an additional hit and may do so a number of times. Each hit deals the weapon's base damage plus damage equal to the successes scored on the check.
Okay, cool. So yeah, your other 2 arrows sink into it, and
It's basically like 30 damage minus soak.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to calculate right now. So it's then another.
I would imagine
4.
soak for
So
each hit.
yeah, soak applies on each hit.
Yeah.
That's what was throwing me off, because the first hit is also halved before it hits and it gets soak applied to it. So the first hit, you hit the vein, and the arrow just sort of bounces off of it. You just glance the vein and actually don't manage to pierce the vein. However, your other 2 arrows sink deep into the monstrous prey, and as it crawls away a few more steps, but nonetheless is very quickly falls down dead and still not able to make it away from your hail of silver-tipped arrows. And you all have defeated this plagued creature. And that will conclude the combat.
Woo.
This means everyone comes in for post-game hug.
At that, Branislav just kind of slumps down to the ground. He's not breathing heavy, though there is sort of that movement, almost like that muscle reflex of somebody who just almost overexerted themselves and is now trying to catch up. But he sort of slumps down, goes to one knee, and his eyes close for a moment.
Sure, and yeah, and you can, as you take a moment to collect your senses, go ahead and roll a cool or a discipline check. Everyone can do so except for Lonila, who, as a vampire, does not regain strain normally.
Oof.
I didn't take any strain anyways, boys. It's all good. I'm sorry, kids.
Because I have broken 0 sweats. I walk up to Bran and I'm like, do not worry about being tired. I will help you. And I pick him up and give him the big squeeze.
Oh, God.
Bran's body almost falls apart.
Yeah, I was gonna say, excuse me. Lunila definitely walks up to Bran and says, "Oh, honey, I told you not to push yourself too hard. Your muscles don't quite go back in place once once you've died already once."
Yeah, I noticed as a fingernail falls off. Oh, at least that was the last one.
Ozzy has this sort of he's sort of like half-heartedly like following the conversation. His eyes keep drifting back to those 2 mounds that were originally described right next to the broken down cart. He's sort of unconsciously he's just looking at them, but his hand just moves in a symbol that's sort of a prayer for the dead. Many a times has he done this ritual when he was a priest. It's sort of second nature for him to, as he comes upon the dead, to pay his respects, and knowing how likely, how painfully they died from this creature escaping.
Yeah, and I think that as you do that, the sky cracks open with a peal of thunder and lightning, as if celebrating your victory over the supernatural, before immediately just unleashing a continuous torrential downpour upon you guys, and is now pouring. However, any residual toxin and corrosive gas has certainly now been washed away by the rain, and the in the flickering light of your torches as the rain attempts to extinguish them, you can make out not just the two mounds. There's about 6 corpses of carriage staff that had been attending this, apparently transporting this creature. In the middle of the field, you see the wind sort of blows open the silver cage gate, and it creaks a little bit.
Som
I
Som
do
is
not like
walking
the way
over
it smells here.
toward the carriage, giving the silver cage a wide berth, but just kind of like poking around, seeing if there's anything good next to the bodies or in the carriage.
Yeah, the bodies are totally eviscerated and desiccated at this point.
Carriage.
The carriage itself, there doesn't seem to be anything else in the carriage. There's some stale bread,
Eh.
you know, a
She
change
pockets
of
it just in
clothes,
case.
some utility stuff like some rope and whatever. But otherwise, most of the carriage seems like it was dedicated to transporting this caged creature. Looking through the carriage, though, one thing you do notice is that the carriage does have the seal of a specific merchant stamped on it. This is clearly not some sort of contract gig. This is a an employee of a particular merchant of some sort.
What this mean? And Jens points at it and looks at the other people who know more shit than he does.
You said it belonged to a I apologize.
Specific
A wealthy
merchant. A specific merchant has the
Yeah,
crest of a specific merchant.
it has a crest, it has a brand on it. It's not just some sort of ad hoc contract transport. It's clear that this is a company owns this and was transporting it. If that makes sense.
We try to make a check to see what company it was.
Yeah, what would be what check would that be?
Lore.
Streetwise? Oh.
That would be a lore check, and I think that would be. No one is from Siven, right? I don't believe. So
No.
that would be a.
Som technically has hands in Siven. That's why she's kind of in this area with the monster hunters.
I'll give you a boost. I'll give you a boost for that, but otherwise it is a hard check.
I'll assist whoever's doing it because I've got a rank.
Wait, what are we doing it in again? Sorry.
Knowledge
lore
lore
check.
Lore.
Yeah, so
I don't have a thing in it, so why don't you just do it?
Does Linnea have a good
I have 1 rank in lore and I have a 4 int.
Okay, so I'll give you a boost then.
Okay. Much appreciated, kid.
While they're doing that and looking over this, Branislav is sort of scanning the area around.
Okay.
Seeing if there are any survivors hiding.
Sure. It's
Sorry.
there are no survivors. It's clear that, and these guys have been dead for not a crazy long time, maybe like a few days to a week.
Okay, so the blood is not fresh. Never mind.
Yeah, the blood is not fresh. Sorry, Lonela.
That's all right.
With that,
No
2
snacks.
successes and a threat on that knowledge check. Lonela's been alive for quite a while and has traveled quite a bit through her unnaturally long lifespan. Something you can't. You know this symbol. You know this is a merchant's symbol. And you know this is an old symbol. This has some sort of merchant based out of Valcien, the capital city of Siven. But you can't quite place anything beyond that, and the familiarity of the symbol pokes at the back of your mind like a bug crawling up your spine, and it just irritates you. So take a strain.
Okay.
I like to imagine that the one success, one of the successes was provided by Ozzy, is just he carries around an umbrella with him, because Linnea, sorry, yeah, Linnea is a vampire, so umbrellas are good, and he just like instinctively like pulled it out and like put it over her head as it's drenched, as it's like pouring a little bit. That helps her concentrate a little bit better.
Extra darkness illuminates the symbol for me because I'm seeing the right. With I'm just this is just Linnea guessing. I'm not saying this is actually what happened, but Jens is the one that said like what happened here. So she turns to say, "Why, Jens? I think it's pretty obvious. Some wealthy merchant with old money hired these poor souls to transport a dangerous creature, and they got out and killed all of them. I've seen it happen hundreds of times. You humans never learn."
Hey man, black market gets you a lot of money.
That's true. I've lived long enough to see money change faces. I'm not I'm not a big believer in it, so to say.
Snorts because she's a bit of a materialist. Despite her religious upbringing, she still fully believes in the power of money.
She's a witch, but she's still deeply capitalist. She's just a huge capitalist. Yeah.
Should we try to find out who's been? Because obviously they can't be up to any sort of good. Usually you kill these things. And he like looks around at the companies, and I mean, most people do. It's what we're usually hired to do, or what we tend to do. So maybe we should figure out why they were transporting it instead of just killing it. Maybe there's a story there.
Yes, and speaking of hired to do, in case I wasn't clear, I don't remember if I said it or not. You guys were hired by that small village that we zoomed past to kill this monster that had been wreaking terror on the village.
You didn't say that, but we assumed, I think. I have a question quickly before we do something.
Yes.
What does it mean for the roll with strain? I can't remember, and I've just been waiting for a time to ask.
The strain recovery roll?
Yes!
So you can heal that much strain. So for every success, you can heal
I got
that much strain.
Oh,
so
okay.
You had 4 successes, so you recover 4 strain.
And I
do a 2
and I also
1.
have a
Yeah, the advantage technically doesn't do anything. I do a 2-to-1 conversion because it's stupid to waste advantages. So, but the 4 successes heal you back to full strain.
I also have a talent that says before your character heals strain at the end of an encounter, if their strain is more than half of their strain threshold, they heal 2 additional strain. Can I put myself at -2 strain?
No. You set
come on.
yourself to 0 strain.
Fine. All right. That's all. Thank you.
I think we should go back to the village to get you so you guys can collect your money. But I guess if there's like evidence of Linea's like an alchemist, so she gets all of her stuff from the ground anyways, so she doesn't really like. But
you can roll a survival check if you want to look for alchemical supplies.
Well, I was gonna say, is there like evidence that this merchant can I like take a piece of clothing or like obviously I can't take a picture of the symbol, but like is there a way to like get some kind of proof that like they were involved?
You could take a rubbing.
Yeah, the symbol is not a super complex symbol, so you could do like a quick sketch of it. It's
How far are we from the
GMS
town?
an hour or two's walk.
This carriage, it doesn't go anywhere. They can come back and see the carriage is here and the symbol still is going to be here, yes? We just need evidence. They can come and get the evidence for themselves.
And I'm sorry, was this carriage coming, like, is it pointed in a direction as if it was coming towards the town, or is it, like,
No, it's
going
not.
away?
It's not entirely clear which direction it was in because it clearly pulled off the road into this clearing.
Okay.
Whether that was before or after the trees were cut down to make it a clearing, that's not necessarily something you can ascertain. But yeah, the direction of it isn't clear.
We should find out whoever's responsible for transporting this and kill them.
Ooh, and then take their money afterward.
Elena just shakes her head in disappointment. She doesn't disagree. She just is disappointed.
Those things and things like it are abominations. He says without a hint of irony. He just...
Yeah, so...
Do we need to go back to town to gather our reward?
Yeah.
Yes, I am also very hungry.
Well, remember, Jens, whatever you save, whatever you catch in the woods, can you pour a cup of blood for me? I appreciate it.
He just picks his spear up out of the back of the pestilence or the plagued and like kind of wipes it off on his pants, and he's like, I do not hunt for regular animals. I am more civilized than this. Which is a joke because he's not very civilized at all.
Everyone bites their tongue, just in case.
Yeah, I guess we head to town then.
Oh.
Okay.
I was gonna say we've got about 4 miles to walk, so let's get a move on.
Yeah, and I think that it's pretty late at night by the time you manage to finally take down this monster. So by the time you also make it back to town, it's less than an hour before sunrise, before first sunlight. It is still raining, however. The town is quite quiet. However, sitting in the centrally located church, the door open, you see a large, rotund man, the light sort of framing him in silhouette as he appears to be one of the designated people to await your return.
I sort of hang back, hood low on my face, mask up, and wait for somebody else to move forward.
Sorry. During the trip, Ozzy would have asked Lanela, could you look at this? And he like shows the bit of flesh that has sort of been exposed to the noxious fumes. I don't know if we could do a medicine check on the way, or if that would be sort of hard to do.
Is it just one wound, right?
Yeah.
I think, I know you don't have a very high wound threshold, but I think Lanela's reaction would be like, "Oh, it's fine. Like, you just sleep it off. It's not that big. It's not that big of an infection. Trust me."
Are you sure? I think I could take about 9 more of these.
No, don't worry, dear. It's fine. If you die, I got you. Okay. Don't worry.
Right. He definitely like nods. It's like there's like the fear is a little palpable. Ozzy is always a little fearful, but he just nods.
Perfect. So yeah, as you make it back to town, are any of you hanging back? Or are you all going to approach the townsperson waiting for you at the church?
Oh,
Oh no, I
Yin's
definitely hang
Gunstra
back.
never hangs back.
It says 1 hour from sunrise, so I think Linnea definitely has ducked indoors somewhere. Because I think I'll literally die if I stand in the sun for too long. So she's not taking any chances.
Som will approach with Jens. She's been around humans too much to be fearful of approaching them.
I'm also
What did you say the name of our contact was?
So I just revealed that to the table. You approach and you recognize the man as one of the people who had negotiated your original fee, which we'll just say is an arbitrarily large fee. And you
Hell
recognize him as Merchant Vansfried. And as you approach, just give me a second to see if find this voice. Oh yes, hello. There, yeah. He coughs and looks at you with a little fear and wariness and exhaustion in his eyes. He goes, yes, yes. Were you successful in your monster hunting?
Jens thinks that this is just a normal social thing, so he coughs also. He's like, yes, sir, we did it.
Oh, you
And then he grabs him up with a great big hug.
You did? Oh, okay. Yes, that's good. It was only a plagued aberration.
And,
I'm sure this is physical contact is fine.
And then a kiss on each cheek.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Donkey.
We are brothers now. No?
Sure. Yes, we can be brothers. So I take this to mean that you have successfully killed this monster.
yes, we have killed it.
Oh, oh, thank you. I cannot tell you how much of a weight off of my shoulders that is, especially since the Templars and Inquisition are coming through, and we would have to uh, beg with them to avenge you, of course, should you have fallen in battle to the plagued.
Did we know about the Inquisition coming to town before this?
No, this is news to you.
Jens Gunster begins to frown and immediately starts backing away.
While this conversation has been going on,
Mm.
could I have gotten close to this guy to see if he's got any merchant insignia on?
Sure, yeah, he's wearing a monogrammed something cloak, I think. It's raining out, right? So yeah, he has a cloak and it has like a little monogram on, and it is not the insignia that you saw in the carriage.
He is aware of our conditions, as it were.
No, I would
Am
imagine.
I understanding that right?
No.
I would
no,
imagine.
No.
Yeah, you do not tell your clients about your situation.
Som just smiles at him, hearing that information, and holds out a little pouch with the eyeballs that she scooped out of the creature's skull, and says, "Oh, well, I'm so glad to hear that you don't have to ask them to avenge us. Anyway, want to trade for the bounty?"
Well, yes, you don't. You don't. That is sufficient proof. You can keep that for yourself. We have gathered some coin here for you, and here. Thank you Donkey. Thank you very much for your hard work.
There's still a wagon that's out in the forest. We could.
A wagon, you say?
He like looks around. Yes. There was some. He's sort of looking around a little bit nervously.
Dom is just glaring at him.
Anyway, it's the creature may have attacked someone. They may need burial rites.
Could you tell who the wagon was for? Sure, as the chief merchant of this town, I do much trade with Valcien. It wasn't one of my wagons, was it?
No, I really couldn't say.
Well, I mean,
sweating at this point.
Did it just have this? Look, here's my family.
Look, it was completely destroyed. Okay.
The entire wagon was destroyed.
Yes, it was almost like some kind of creature had destroyed it.
Yes, it was very large. Very large.
Oh
creature.
yes. This
very angry.
Perhaps you could just tell us where exactly you found this wagon, and we can send our priest to perform rites.
Maybe we could discuss that after the payment.
Oh, certainly, of course.
It's early in the morning, and need some sleep before venturing back out there.
Yeah, he Merchant Vansfried nods and shuffles back into the church and pulls out a ring of keys and somehow manages to pick the right key from what look to be hundreds of keys on this gigantic ring to open this trunk that is right by the entrance in the church, and pulls out a large bag of whatever the local currency is.
Silver crowns.
Yes, a large bag of silver crowns.
Are they made of real silver? Money is poison.
They must be, right? Yeah, because that is actually, I guess they are made of real silver. Yeah, they're real silver crowns, because that is one of the sort of poor man's rights for the recently deceased, to make sure that they don't rise from the dead, is to put a silver coin in their mouth.
It's a good thing that Jens wears very thick leather gloves.
Yeah, so really does some. Pretty sure all of us do.
So, to be clear, the supernatural, silver, the mere touch of silver doesn't make your skin burn or anything.
No, it burns.
Okay.
That doesn't feel great.
But
it doesn't smell good either.
The only way it does damage is if it gets into your blood. So it might be uncomfortable, but yeah, it won't actually hurt you to hold silver.
You lived to be as long as me. You've definitely had somebody try and stab you with a coin.
You've probably had a coin put in your mouth before.
Right.
It's like licking a battery. Wait, those don't exist yet.
Oh, like a Switch game, right? Yeah.
But yeah, nevertheless, Merchant Vansfried hands you this bag, this cloth burlap sack of silver crowns.
This is good. Do I get any kind of sense of just anything like nefarious or like anything about this guy? Or does he just seem like he's just pretty on the up and up?
Yeah, he's pretty on the up and up. There's nothing to set off any red flags or that would make you suspicious. I suppose if you wanted to roll like a perception check or something, you could. I would give that to you. It would be an easy perception check. He's not actively trying to hide anything from you.
I mean, if there's nothing really, secretive or strange about him, it's probably just, no worries.
Okay, yeah.
I was, like, if he was just like, I don't know, if I got a sense that he was being shady about anything, just because he was talking to us about, he was like kind of being really pushy about which merchant's card it was, and I was just trying to see if like maybe I caught like a tell or something, maybe nervousness, anything like that.
No, I think it's very clear that he is sincerely concerned that one of his own shipments might have gotten attacked and destroyed by the creature without him knowing, because obviously he would need to know that as a merchant.
Okay.
Beautiful.
I think this is all of it. Thank you, Mr. Going back to game table, Vansfried. If there's anything else, do let us know. If you have any more work for us.
Well, I certainly hope we don't have any more work for you.
Of course, but should you need
Sure. Are you planning on staying in the area for a while?
You
we're not
said
sure.
there were Templars incoming.
Oh,
When?
yes. One of a Templar. He says he's part of an Inquisition heading to Valcien. Came by during the day while you were on your hunt, and uh, basically just wanted to resupply.
What was his name?
Peter. Yes, his name is Peter the Templar.
Is he obviously bullshitting at that point?
I think you can tell that he might be making stuff up, but he's not necessarily doing it with malice. It's more like just being polite.
It's like, maybe his name was Peter. He had a name, definitely.
Bribe him.
Sorry, I missed that.
Describe him. Brandon is very forceful from behind everybody. That voice is, to this merchant, may well be disembodied at this moment.
Yeah, no, I think that Merchant Vansfried, you give Merchant Vansfried like a little bit of a start. You see him tense up a little bit, not expecting to be the subject of an inquisition from you guys, and he does go on to describe the Templar Peter, and it's very generic, non.
It doesn't match the.
It's not it's not the Templar that you are looking for. It is
it's not the Templars you're looking for.
A young guy, of average human male height in this area, curly black hair. Clearly, he is the lowest on the totem pole among the group that he is traveling with, because he was sent off alone to resupply and restock for them as they're continuing on their way to Valcien, the capital city. But he does mention that word is that group is heading to Valcien to they're heading to Valcien for a new Inquisition that is beginning there, as there are rumors of a coven having moved into the city.
The capital, that's where the merchants, the card is from as well.
Yep.
I don't know. Just as a reminder as well. I don't know. That's probably lucrative for us, right? For you guys, I should say. To pursue that, to see if there's more escapes.
So Ozzy, after getting the money and going through this bit of questioning, he'll sort of ask, Mr. Van Street, if there's nothing else, we probably want to retire for the. He's like looks at the approaching like light morning, I guess.
Sure, yeah, I think that a beam of sunlight peeks over the steeple of the church, and Merchant Vansfried says, "Oh, of course, your rooms are still ready for you and reserved for you at the inn."
Well, I'll be on my way. So he's going to start walking away. He's going to go to his room, and then is there any sort of window or any other exit to this tavern? Because his goal is to immediately leave and book it to the forest so he can move some of the stuff out of the way so that they don't find the cart and all that stuff. It's like, I messed up!
Yeah, there is a window. Sure, we can say that there's a window in the room that you're staying at the inn. I imagine Lonila would actually prefer a room without a window, but you all have your own rooms. We can say
she's also hanging from the ceiling. I assume, right?
That.
I'm sorry. What was your plan?
So Ozzy's plan is that he made a big error by mentioning that this thing attacked the cart, and then mentioning that they should send people out there to look for it, and then they're going to find all this evidence, is
that something? I mean, does it really matter if they find the evidence? I guess it's not like.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. There's nothing incriminating for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that there'd be anything with the cart that would
I guess
put
not.
your
That's
characters
true.
on alert. As far as being worried about other people finding it, there are some weird aspects to the carriage, but nothing that would incriminate you guys.
Cool. So he's just being super nervous. So he just goes back to the inn and fitfully tosses and turns in bed until he just collapses.
We should set an ambush up on the Inquisition.
It's like, Ozzy, why are you sweating so much?
It's not my fault.
So I guess we do move at night then as a group. I guess for Lanela's sake, I guess. I don't know if anybody else is like a night bound entity.
I also got that umbrella for you.
Yes, I think
that helps.
You have the like the parasol or whatever, so I think that you could probably have that. It would be a little bit strange.
It's probably uncomfortable.
But
it's probably draw attention to. That's I don't know. It's up to you guys. I'm sure she could very comfortably, like if we had like a wagon or something, she could also hide in there.
We got an arbitrarily large sum of money. Could we spend a destiny point to say, or a story point to say that we have means of procuring a cart with said arbitrary sum of money?
Yeah, sure.
And wagon, so that we could have someone. We could have a Lanela inside.
Yeah, totally. And the other thing is, Lanela could just wear like a very large cloak too, to keep some light. That is also an option.
Yeah, that's true.
Not as suspicious looking as a parasol or
right.
Like I do, although I don't use it to block sun.
Yeah, exactly. It's my just in case, mine is if I'm in the sunlight, I reduce all characteristics by 2 and halve my wound and strain. And once per round, I take a single wound. And also, if I die from sunlight exposure, I just get critical injury, dead, and turn to ash. So it is very bad for Lanela to be caught in the sun for like more than 10 minutes.
I
But
do think,
a carriage or like a big cloak.
okay, yeah, I do think that you could spend a story point um, to purchase a carriage. Yeah.
Is everyone else cool with that?
Yeah.
Sure. Just get like a covered one.
Covered wagon.
It's like an Oregon Trail type carriage. Can pop out and hunt for
Oh
buffalo.
no, we need to cock it so we can ford the river.
Yeah.
Watch out for typhoid fever.
this actual play is actually just a way for me to start playing Oregon Trail. So.
With a very weird family.
We have to sift for gold now. Remember, it's a minigame.
But yeah, you have the wagon. I think that it's safe to say that you procure that wagon, and it's a covered wagon. Where would you guys like to go from here? You know, you have this lead from Lonela's for hazily remembered past that the merchant symbol associated with the thing that was apparently transporting the aberration was from Valcien. You know that there's an Inquisition on its way to the same city. And you have an idea that Merchant Vansfried, from what he said, also seems to have frequent dealings with Valcien as well.
Do we like the Inquisition? Are we neutral? I know we're
The
like
Inquisition's.
I mean, I would
They
assume
want
they
to
hunt people like us.
murder us.
Yeah, the Inquisition's explicit
Right.
mission is to kill people like you.
okay. Well,
I mean, but that's
I didn't know
also our job description is kill people like
that's why I was
True,
like,
yeah.
I don't know if we're like on the outs or like just they tolerate us. I wasn't sure of the
Well, the Inquisition and the Church at a larger scale, there
Mhm.
are rumors abound that it has been infiltrated by witches and warlocks already.
Oh.
And you know, also given that vampires have a reputation in this setting of infiltrating political systems as well, I would say that would include the church too. So there very well may actually be vampires and witches and warlocks in the church's administration, and perhaps even secretly part of various inquisitions. But generally speaking, you guys are definitely wary of the Inquisition. At a minimum, Bran hates the Templars due to his backstory, and Sam, I would imagine, also is not a super big fan of Templars, being a very witchy witch. Ozzy also, I don't know, Ozzy's relationship with it might be a little bit more mixed.
In general, annoyed with as a whole, though there is a specific person that he would very much like to end.
For
So
Bran, right?
it sounds very much like the organization is not aware that we are monsters, and we go from town to town and sort of.
Yeah, I would imagine we don't actually work for the Inquisition ever. And I would also imagine like we kind of justify this by like, we're not hunting other kinds of quote unquote monsters like us. We're hunting like things like this plague, like I guess I don't want to say non-sentient, but like, you know, things that are more like of an abomination. Like we're people, you know what I mean? But these things that we hunt aren't. I would imagine we wouldn't take a job to hunt a vampire. I mean, unless maybe this vampire was doing some like super wicked shit. Maybe I don't know.
Renila actually joined this group specifically because she was hoping to study vampirism a little more. So she would be opposed to you guys taking jobs. Whatchamacallit. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I think you all joined this group to hunt monsters for various very personal reasons, but you certainly do not work for the Inquisition. You wander Iguris as contractors, basically, hiring out your services to towns who are being plagued by various supernatural threats. Some of them are like this creature, this plagued, where if there is any sentience left whatsoever, it is so far gone and wrapped in agony and terror that it basically doesn't exist for any practical purposes. But if, say, a vampire is preying on a town or a werewolf is preying on a town, I don't imagine that you guys would have much issue hunting them down as well, so long as the price is right.
So it sounds like Valcien is the way to go, because we can get more jobs there, because it seems like it's booming with monsters.
If I was
a material person.
If I was materialist, which I'm not, but I'll go ahead and suggest this anyways. I know you kids love that coin. We can probably leverage knowledge of this guild. I'm sure once I'm there, I'll remember a little clearly. I just got to see it, But once we find this merchant guild, we can leverage the fact that they were transporting a monster and get a little hush money or something. Or, see if any of their other, you humans always, they're trying to make weapons out of it, or they're trying to spread fear. Who knows what it is this time? But I'm sure it's something like that.
What is this you call hush money?
Oh, they give us money and we don't talk about it.
This don't is worry, doable.
Yes. Hush is something I know you don't understand.
I can be very quiet.
Yeah.
I don't need to be, and then I do not. But if I do, then I am. Did you not hear me just being quiet? That was like at least 13 seconds.
Very impressive. You're a credit to your species.
You see, Yen, you don't have to do that for free. People will pay you money to do that.
This I like.
It's at the moment that you realize that Bren has not physically moved at all in about 5 minutes. Just completely still.
Ozzy takes out I don't know, something like wooden, so he doesn't have to touch the fleshy bits. And just pokes him a little bit in the shoulder.
Slowly turn to look at you. Slowly blink. And then go back to looking straight ahead.
Are you alright?
We should destroy whoever was paying to transport these beasts.
Then it seems like Valcien is the way to go, whatever we decide to do.
This Inquisition should not be trusted.
We don't have to trust them.
I like this plan.
Well, do what's best for themselves.
We will go there and we will make mincemeat of things, yes?
Yes, I have the carriage all set up here.
You're a good man. And I smack him on the back.
So then you're going to slap him on the ass
again. That is for next time. Only in battle.
It's a Druian thing. In Druia, they don't do backslaps. They just all do ass pats.
They do ass slaps.
It's like baseball or something.
Yeah. But yeah, so you guys are headed to Valcien in your newly acquired wagon. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it's a covered wagon, but I keep imagining a little red wagon that Ozzy is pulling people in.
We're all just stuffed in it.
Yeah, with Lonela curling up really small.
Would it be possible on the way to the capital to make a medicine check to heal some of the strain that Bran has?
Yes, it will. So what we'll do is, because it is going to be a skill challenge to make it to the capital, to Valcien.
Okay.
Ooh.
And with this many players, I'm going to require 15 successes before 6 failed checks. So you just need to accumulate 15 total successes, uncancelled successes, before you fail 6 checks to make it to Valcien. And I was going to require a survival check, at least one survival check from each of you. However, I think that because you're in the wagon, I'm not going to require that. But it'll be either a survival check or a riding or check or something like that. You could also do a streetwise check if you can justify it.
Yeah. The capital city that we're heading to is a maze, labyrinthian connection of streets and pathways, and there are many different avenues that you can take in order to get to it. So Ozzy, being the prepared man that he is, had an inkling of general location of where we are, and he had a map of sorts in relation to where we are and where Valcien is. So he is using some awareness of different pathways in order to steer us along the most optimal route.
And in addition to that, Som has been alive for quite a while. Not as long as our dear vampire, but quite a while, and already has been through this area a few times in her life, and so has a fairly decent idea of where they are and where they're going and what to be aware of.
Sure. So I think that it sounds like Sam's check sounds like a survival, and Ozzy, this sounds more like a knowledge geography if you're consulting maps.
Okay, sure.
Mine was streetwise.
You wanted streetwise?
Yeah. She's wise on these streets.
I think that'd be more like when we get to the streets.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're not at the streets yet. This is to get to the streets. So I don't know that.
A road is a street, and a street is a road.
At this point in the skill challenge, I'm not ready to give you a streetwise check on it. But
Damn it!
Maybe towards the end of the skill challenge.
Okay.
Yeah, so I typically do skill challenges by escalating the difficulty based on how you're rolling. So I think for the knowledge geography, that would be an average check.
Okay, cool. I do have a rank in 4 in that as well, so I can, if it's cool for me to roll that as well.
Yep.
Prefer.
Yeah, you could make multiple. Well, you want to assist with it? Are you saying, or you're saying that you want to have 2 people make a knowledge geography? I think it'd make more sense to have you assist with knowledge geography.
Sure, I can do that. I thought we were all making a check.
So everyone is making individual checks for successes, but I think that if you're both doing the same exact check, doing the same exact thing, an assist makes more sense.
Sure.
Yeah. What's your int, Linnea?
It's 4.
And you've got a rank.
I do.
Then can I? So I'll assist you, and then can I get another boost because I have a map, or is the map what's letting us check?
I actually have a map too. The map reduces the difficulty by 2 if it's a detailed map, or 1 if it's less detailed.
Probably a less detailed one then.
Yeah. Well, okay. Wow. So I think,
rolling in it.
Yeah, I think that so it would reduce it down to an easy roll though if you use that map.
Yeah. So roll your check and add a boost because I'm helping.
Okay, so that's a 1 difficulty thanks to Jens's map. And a boost from Ozzy. Okay.
I'll be real bummed if this is like all of your successes in one roll.
Well, I've lived for hundreds of years. I think I've actually been on this road once 60-something years ago, I think. Well, that's 0 success.
Wow.
Oh my.
0 successes.
Hell yeah.
Oh my.
Literally every result shows advantages.
She's very confident that she is going the right way.
That is impressive.
Her let's see, hang on. Her whatchamacallit is something. Her flaw is pride. So she definitely believes, oh yeah, I've been here before. 8 advantages.
That's north, right?
North is the one that points down. 8 advantages. Since we've been together for so long, maybe I can say you guys know whatever Linnea is saying to not do, to not go.
It's very dated information.
Yeah. I believe it used to be the Empire had a fortress here, and it was like 200 years ago, and it's like just straight up not there anymore.
It's correct. Yeah, exactly. It's correct information. Like you're getting it right generally, but yeah, it's just totally out of date.
Yeah.
No, that Burger King became a Sonic 20 years ago and then closed completely 10.
It's just a well now. It's no longer a castle.
But with the 8 advantages though, so typically when you hit 4 or 5 advantages, depending on the context, I'll let you just basically do the equivalent of a triumph. So I think with 8 advantages, I would say that this is the equivalent of 2 triumphs, in terms of effect that you can do. So you could do 2 upgrade, 2 ability proficiency upgrades, for example.
Yeah.
Or 2
that sounds like
changers.
That seems like it would be the best upgrade to you guys' checks. Like we were saying, the information is completely out of date. But you also know that, like, Linnea, you guys have traveled Linnea long enough to know that like, okay, the information given us is probably out of date. So when she says, here comes a castle, and it's like one wall. So you're able to, like, still decipher what she's saying. I'll save the 2 triumphs so we can upgrade guys. 2 checks.
Yeah, so
we've still got to, like, decipher where exactly that.
Right. Right. That used to be the castle, or was it the town? There was another town here once, I think. Was it here? I don't.
Oh my God.
I think with a little bit of, like, just kind of getting a general idea of where we are, that helps Jens a bit. He's kind of doing a bit more of kind of his sense of the woods and the back, just being out in the wilderness, and his sense of smell, and maybe his pupils are dilating a little bit, and he's going to try doing maybe like a little bit more of a survival check, looking at the position of the sun and everything. Sure. But he's got a little boost from, like, this weird, not so great navigation.
And I think, Sam, you wanted to do a survival check, right?
Oh. I mean, I wanted to do a streetwise check.
Oh, no.
You can. I mean, if you want to do you want to do your survival check now, though, or do you want to wait and do a streetwise check towards the end of it, assuming you guys get closer?
Wait, do a streetwise check. Let's leave survival to the person who has better survival.
Okay. So Jens, if you want to, take that survival check, and you can take the 2 upgrades.
I like the idea that, like, we've been around each other so long that we're actually arguing about this for a while. But, like, because Jens is really loud and annoying, like Sam finally just like, fine, you do it. Yes, this is what I said the first time.
And that will be an average difficulty for survival.
And upgrade that check.
All right.
Another failed check.
Hilarious.
Wow, you guys are burning through your failed checks. And 2 advantages, though. So you're 2 of 6 fit for fail.
These words are very strange. Not like Druya at all. What kind of tree is this?
He's actually just looking at a deer.
I would also like to make a survival check once.
Sure. Yeah. What do you want to do? Those 2
once you figure out
advantages?
I suppose the best thing to do with this is just pass the boost. They've just, like, nobody's having great luck out here in the woods. Maybe it's just like the canopy is too thick. We can't get our bearings. It's really nasty out. Maybe it's raining even. I don't know. But like, we're just still pushing this thing a little bit forward. So I'll pass a boost, and the next character is going to get another upgrade. So it's just we're just edging towards success here.
Sure. So are you passing 2 boosts? I'll let you pass both advantages as a boost if you want to the next check, or are you passing it to a specific person?
Oh, I was just gonna pass to the next. I forgot that it was 1 advantage for that. I don't know. I don't have anybody have suggestions for another advantage.
Honestly, at this point, passing the boost might be the best way to do it. Stack those positive dice.
Yeah, if you allow that, then I will pass 2 boosts to the next check, and then they get an upgrade, and then hopefully that actually gets us some successes.
Yeah, I like the idea of building momentum with the blue wave, so I'm fine with that.
All right. So I'm rolling. It's an average. I've got my map, so I'm reducing it to easy. So here we go. Hey,
2 successes.
Hey.
I am going to use
Did you
one of
upgrade
those
that?
advantages. Yes.
Okay, good.
I'm going to use one of those advantages to recover a strain.
Okay.
As Bran just kind of rolls his eyes at all these suggestions and just points the cart in the right direction and just lets it go.
I've got an idea for a check.
There's a road, you fools.
No, that road leads to a dead end. It doesn't.
If at any point we come across some other travelers, Ozzy will try to strike up a conversation. I sort of, as I've been playing him, he's a very nervous character. I feel like at times in social situations he might even have some sort of stutter. But he'll try to start up a conversation with some passerbys and ask if they could provide any directions.
Sure.
So
yeah.
if I can make like a negotiation check or a charm check.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Charm or negotiation, your pick, and it'll be average again for a charm or negotiation check. Is there anything that you're going to do with those 5 advantages? Or the 4 remaining advantages?
Yeah, so what am I I should have had that skill check entry open. Hang on. So we'll pass a boost die on at least. I don't know. Anybody have any ideas?
Well, if he said that 4 advantages could be used as like a triumph, be able to
Yeah, you can pass an upgrade.
Okay, yeah, so we'll pass an upgrade on the next one.
Okay.
Sweet.
As I've sort of steered us into a friendly area.
Yeah, I think you maneuver the cart to a more casually trafficked road. There's probably a few different roads that lead to Valcien. And though you're not necessarily on the fastest one, you're on the one that's the best upkept. So there's probably quite a bit of traffic going across this road. So
cool.
Easy for Ozzy to find someone to schmooze with. So go ahead and roll an average. You said charm or negotiate?
He's gonna roll charm as he attempts to schmooze his way
get that
into
upgrade.
their conversations.
1 success advantage.
Let's go.
So yeah, they give you some more information. You're at like a quarter of the way to Valcien at this point, and you come upon some traders and are able to chat them up and gain a bit of information on.
Oh, you're going to Valcien. Oh, me too. You're headed along this way. Oh, when do you turn?
He's like, yeah, by the third tree stump. If you keep walking for a few thousand feet and then you take
Third
the
tree
other
stump?
path, yeah, the third tree stump, not the fourth tree stump. The fourth tree stump will
Third,
drop you
not
right
the
into the
fourth.
river. Yes, yeah.
And he's like trying to discreetly write this down, but it's absolutely not discreet at all. Or he might be like tapping on the window and someone inside is writing it down. He's like, when we pass by, I'm going to repeat some things. Write them down.
Perfect. But yeah, and he gives you and I think that you also get a heads up that the uh, just in conversation, it comes up casually that the Inquisition that is on its way to Valcien has passed by and is on the same road as you.
Oh,
Shit.
interesting.
Awesome.
So
So,
that advantage,
yeah.
though, are you passing that as a boost, I take it? Or
Another question. How long did we stay in the inn? Could we have healed some strain by taking a night's rest or something, or did we leave immediately?
oh yeah, anyone in the inn except for Lonela, of course, would have recovered strain.
Okay.
Boo-hoo.
And then I know that because I wanted to bring this up earlier before we left. Is there a specific way that you recover strain that I could help with? Because I can use witchcraft to heal people.
Fresh blood.
Yeah. Yeah, I only have one strain. Lena's not like.
One strain.
Yeah, Lena's not.
To be fair, Ozzy could help with fresh blood too.
No. I could never take blood. From a young person like yourself.
He's like, well, take the compliment. um, and yeah, that's a boost pass.
Yeah, can we use witchcraft for one of these skill checks? Considering, witchcraft, you can use scrying.
Yeah, totally.
Best location.
Totally.
Oh, and the fact that we know that the Inquisition is up ahead, you could like try to scry for. Oh, if they're on the same path and they're going to the same place, maybe I can scry an Inquisition symbol that's further along the path. We know that they're going the same way.
Yeah, scrying is an
Indeed.
easy difficulty, so what exactly
Ooh.
are you trying to scry?
I mean, I was just gonna try to, keep us going on the right path.
Sure, okay. Yeah, I think that would stay at easy difficulty. And that makes sense. Yeah, so do a
I figure with Ozzy's charm, he can keep asking about where the Inquisition has been at.
you do an easy witchcraft check for the scry with the advantage passed from, or the boost passed from Ozzy, as you know that there is the Inquisition. You know that there's a specific encampment of specific people up ahead to sort of give you more foreknowledge as you scry.
A purple and a blue. Boop.
If we pass any young, attractive people that I know that the rest of my party members are like interested in, I definitely do like the grandma thing of like you should ask them out. Like you should really like she definitely does that to any travelers we pass.
I don't feel any emotional connection anymore. That would be pointless.
Oh, I'm not talking to you. You're dead.
Fair.
Pot kettle.
But yeah, you successfully scry the path ahead though, so I think that you got 3 successes and an advantage. So I don't think that you get this perfect crystal clear image of the road ahead, but you definitely sort of have this. Well, you tell me what it looks like in how, what the representation of it is. Are you like going into a crow's body or something and like doing a skin walker type
no,
thing?
no. No, it's more of like a image on the road that I can see as we keep going.
Okay, yeah. So
if that
like
makes any sense, like as we go, there's like a shine where we're supposed to be.
Yeah, I like that. It's like a sort of slight amber sparkle that's sort of emanating from the path that is the correct path as you continue down the road.
Yeah, it's like the footsteps of our future selves.
Perfect. And you have an advantage. Are you, with this
Pass it.
increased knowledge, you pass a boost to the next check. What is the next check that someone would like to make?
Has everyone gone yet?
Everyone has gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's our current tally?
You are at 6 successes and 2 failures, or failed checks.
I think my check might be the best in terms of the amount of dice. I know I didn't get any successes last time, but I think like without any additional upgrades and stuff, I think either me and Braun have the best checks, I believe. So Braun, if you want to roll one again, or I can.
Yeah, Jens has multiple ranks in survival, right? So can we sort of combine on that?
Yeah, you can do an assisted check. That's fine.
Because Jens has 2 ranks, I think, and I have a 4 cunning, so
you do 2
get a little bit of
yellow
a
and 2
better.
green. Yeah. And
Yeah.
blue, as Sam has given you slightly improved knowledge of the path itself.
And I would argue it might be time for a boost here. And we'll be using the map, so just be a single difficulty, I think.
Yep, it would be an average check and 1 difficulty with the reduction, and yeah, you get the boost. And you can also flip a story point if you want to do an upgrade.
Do it.
All right. You said single boost, right?
Yes.
And 1 purple. 2 upgrades. 3 upgrades. Okay. 1 success and 4 advantage.
Yeah, you continue to make your way on the path. I mean, it's slower going than you would like, but you definitely are on the right path. You pass by more and more of these slower merchant carriages, merchant carts. I think that you guys, well, I guess Jans, Ozzy, and Sam need to sleep, but Lonila and Bronislav don't sleep as undead, right? So you are traveling through day and night, so you are definitely getting a lead. I'm going to flip a story point and say that eventually you come upon, off in the distance, you can see an entourage of Templars and an Inquisitor ahead.
We just pose casually.
Could I do like a skullduggery or deception check or something to try to throw them off in some other direction so that we could continue forward unhindered?
Yeah, I think there would be different. Deception would be if you were trying to lead them off in a different direction. Skullduggery if you wanted like sabotage them or something like that. I don't know.
Ooh, fun.
What specifically you're thinking, but yeah, you could do it one of those checks.
I was going to say, do they have a checkpoint set up, or are they just ahead of us? Like they're
no, they're not. They're not a checkpoint. This is just the traveling. This appears to be the traveling Templars that you had heard about from the village.
Oh. In that case, could like we also do a cool check or something like that, so that it's like, hey man, we're fine. Don't look at us. Everything's rad.
I feel like we can just.
If you want to pass them and just do a cool check, like everyone play cool.
Yeah, just like totally,
all of you can roll a cool check.
Fly casual.
Yeah.
Real cash. All of us or just one of us?
I would take a cool check from. Well, okay, it depends. I need a cool check from at least one of you, but more of you can make the cool check. I think the assumption totally being that if you're not doing the cool check, you're hiding in the covered cart.
Is it?
Can I make a stealth check instead then?
Oh, I want to make a cool check.
Yes, you can.
You can make a cool check, but
yeah, you can make a cool check. You can make a stealth check. If Jens, you want to make the skullduggery check, I think is what you said. You can try
Or
that.
either that or deception. But I mean, if everyone's going to be like, we're going to engage these people and try to act cool, I'd rather roll like a deception than a skullduggery and kind of be like, yes, I definitely saw something terrible happening over that way.
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, that's
You
fine.
go do that first.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't think that the intent is to engage. I think specifically the cool check is to not engage. They're
Not
trying
engage
to
at all.
coolly not notice them, like passengers on
Yeah,
a
but
public
oh yeah,
transportation.
yeah, yeah. I just assumed that like if we're walking by them, like the cool check is for them, like us to like keep it cool and not look suspicious or something. That's what I assumed. But
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah,
No talking to them, no engaging
exactly.
them, just go by.
Put your AirPods back
Meanwhile,
in.
Jens jumps out of the carriage and is like, "Hey guys!"
I am werewolf.
Yeah,
Why casual?
yeah, Jens, do you want to do your deception check to like try and? Because I think what we would do is, if, depending on how your deception check goes, it will impact the cool checks.
I was gonna say I have
yeah,
two
I
ranks.
mean,
I have 2 ranks in cool. What do you have in deception?
definitely not 2 ranks. It would. How about I put it like this? If I make this deception check, it might be real interesting.
Oh no! Hey, how about I try a cool check? And that way, my cool check fails. You do
Although,
the deception check.
you know, there's 2 things here though. You know, this is what I'm playing into. Like Jens is very much, he wants to be the leader of the pack, and he's also ignorant and he does not understand social norms. I don't think he'd be so stupid as to just like go out of his way to engage with the Inquisition though.
Yeah, I think why don't we do the
So I'm
cool
thinking
check, one cool check first,
then,
and yeah, then maybe that will
yeah.
instigate Jens to like intercede if it makes sense. So Sam, go ahead and do it. It will be an average cool check.
That's 2.
Yeah, just 2
Yep.
purple. 0 successes
Did
and
it.
3 advantage. Oh, well, you also had the 4 advantages from Branislav. Are you
Oh
passing
shoot!
those as an
I did.
upgrade, or are you passing
Yeah.
those?
I
Okay. So roll a yellow and it will replace that green. Or actually, just re-roll the whole thing. Rather than doing
You
this
got
like,
it.
weird replacement
3
thing.
yellow.
Yeah, 3 yellow and 2 purple.
Where is my cool? I just went by it. Beep 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 boo. 3 yellow. Meow, 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 meow. 2 purple.
It'll be real fun to edit out. So
You're
don't think you
editing that
should.
out? That awesome little song.
That's like the best part of this
That'd be-
whole session.
that'll be our new intro actually for the podcast. 1 success, 1 advantage. So you are currently at 8 total successes. As you successfully do not draw the attention of the
Just
Templars as you
taking her turn to steer the carriage, man.
Jens is just like sitting inside, like trying to look straight forward and just sweating bullets.
I would like to make a perception check actually while we're going by.
Ooh.
Yeah, absolutely. You're trying to size up the Inquisitors and the Templars.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking for somebody, but yeah, size them up.
Well, that's what I mean. You're trying to see if like the person you're trying to like just discern who they are.
And I'm just now realizing that I didn't put ranks in perception. Whoops.
Well, it'd be another average check. Sam is so cool that they are distracted by how cool Sam is, and you get a boost. I'm assuming, are you passing
that
that
awesome
advantage
song.
as a boost?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. So they're trying to like look without looking. It's like, wow, that sounds really cool. But just don't want to like, don't look. And 2 successes
Don't look.
on
Don't
your
look, but
perception.
look.
Don't look, but don't look.
So you're now you're up to 10 successes on your threshold count. With those 2 successes, it was a Templar, right? Specifically, that was
Yep.
the person.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Igor.
You can't be sure because they're wearing armor and cloaks over their armor and perhaps even a helmet, but the gait and size of one of the Templars definitely matches your recollection of Igor or Eeyore?
Igor.
Oh, no.
Igor.
Or Igor, I guess. As we pass, as I've said before, those motions don't always happen. Those like subconscious motions that people make, they don't always happen for Branislav anymore. Simply because, for the most part, muscle movement is always intentional for him now. But as he's sort of sitting in the back of the wagon, sort of looking out the small part in the covering, he visibly tenses. And his brow furrows.
Is it safe to assume you told us about your revenge quest?
I think yeah, he's probably told you that a Templar basically failed in their duty. Though I think he's probably left it at that, not gone into the full detail on what exactly that means. But a Templar failed in their duty, and that's why he is this way now.
What is the problem, friend? I start giving him a shoulder rub.
Stop that.
Ass pat.
That's him.
Him who?
Him.
Ah, yes, I see. You want that we should do something about this. It looks like dangerous to me. How many Templars and Inquisitors are there?
Sure, I can actually put them right on the board, but there are, as you slowly pass by them, some keeping her cool, and I think Branislav staring out the back of the cart as they go by. You see there is a fat Templar, a helmeted Templar. One Templar has a slight limp, so there's 3 of them in total. And they are escorting an Inquisitor who is wearing black robes and carrying the sword of the Inquisition.
Very casually makes the everybody keep their fucking cool symbol. The cart.
You have to shoot an arrow at a specific target symbol, and then you also have just keep your fucking cool symbol as well.
Look, with this group, you need that symbol.
Fair.
Are they in a cart, or are they just walking it?
They are just walking it, and then there's a donkey with a cart, pulling a small cart of gear behind them because they're still roughing it on the way to Valcien, but otherwise, yeah, they're just hoofing it.
And I want to make sure the world stuff. It would the regular townsfolk would find it not great if we just jumped out and ambushed these Templars in the middle of the street. This would not look good publicly.
No, it would look very bad.
Look good for us, for our lives.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to. Okay.
Yeah, so generally speaking, especially in this part of Agurus in Siven, the church holds quite a bit of power and quite a bit of sway. There are some nations that the church doesn't have as much power. Druria, for example, where Jens is from, the church is sort of it's still proselytizing, hasn't really taken over that area yet. And then there's the Republic of where Sam is from, I think, right? The Republic of
Yeah, the
Vanna.
Republic of Vanas.
Yeah, Vanas, which the indigenous population of that kingdom actually worshipped not worshipped. They were led by a witch queen before the Ugurans basically colonized. So those areas maybe you have a little bit more luck with it, but here in Siven, definitely the locals would probably come to the aid of the Inquisition, and you would also have a big target on your back from the church itself.
Right. Okay. I wasn't suggesting we do that either way. I just wanted to get the vibe.
Sure.
Linnea's gonna look at Braun and say, is it daytime? Or is it nighttime?
It is. It's dusk.
Okay.
Quickly fading to night.
Well, Braun, I see that you're eyeing this guy over there. They are headed to the same city. I'm sure there will be ample opportunity in the cover of darkness with all these buildings around to get him a little bit more discreetly. If you catch my meaning. And she winks very discreetly.
Also, which one of the Templars is it that Bron?
Oh, it's the Fat Templar. It's the Fat Templar.
Okay, good. I was hoping
Yeah,
you were going to say it's the Fat Templar, but yeah, perfect. Okay.
I mean, the Limping Templar makes a little sense, but it's the Fat Templar.
No, that's perfect. Okay.
There is a long, probably feels like longer than it actually was, moment after Lanila says that. And then there's just a single nod. Yes. The patience will make the revenge sweeter. And he remains tense, but is clearly not like ready to just loose a bunch of arrows out at that point.
Awesome. And you are at 10 successes right now on your success track. I don't know what checks you had in mind. We can do them, but I also just want to make a quick suggestion: is that knowing that Bran intends to revisit this issue at Valcien, and knowing that witches need personal belongings to form an empathic link, this might be a good opportunity to roll a skill check to steal something personal from the Templars before you.
Skullduggery?
That would definitely be a skullduggery check.
Or a
stealth.
Or a charm check to be like.
Yeah, that could work too.
No. Hold on. Clarification.
You over here.
A personal belonging.
Yeah. Well, I just love that necklace of yours. Don't you think it would look beautiful around my thin neck?
Ozzy just leans out the back of the cart. But yeah, no. So that's just my suggestion. You could totally make a skullduggery check to try and pilfer some sort of empathic link, just in case you need it later.
I do have 2 ranks in skullduggery. Yeah.
That mugger
Okay,
witch.
I'll also make a charm check because
Ooh, perfect combo.
That was really funny.
Yeah.
Definitely not how I intended that to be phrased.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Skullduggery will be. I think that Skullduggery is average for this check. You just, it's not. You're not guaranteed a specific. If you want to steal a specific Templars, whatever, for an empathic link, then that'd be a hard
They'll
check.
all
But if
be
you're just trying to
together.
like grab whatever you want, then it's okay. So that'd be an average Skullduggery.
Should we do charm before Skullduggery?
The charm is 100% going to be a hard check.
Hell yes. Are people good with me flipping on this check?
I
Absolutely.
love it. We should just do these checks at the exact same time. I feel like
I think
that's how
perfect,
it should be done.
All right,
okay.
Charms and
2, 1, click.
So 0 charm. 3 successes though for the Skullduggery check, so you're at 13. I think that, but you got 1 threat. So what happens is that
Ozzy came on way too strong.
Ozzy came on way too strong, and it to the point where the Templars, one of them, physically sort of like retreated, almost cringed from Ozzy's charm attempt, and it almost ruined Sam's attempt to sort of pilfer through their goods. However, you were able to still make it sneak into their cart and grab something. With 3 successes, I think that you were able to grab a dear memento for the Inquisitor. Actually, you did not get anything from the Templars, but you grabbed you grabbed a locket with a family photo and a lock of hair in it, from the Inquisitor. But you took a strain because you thought you were
that can be tricky though. It's not his hair.
You thought Ozzy was gonna blow your cover.
Yeah, Ozzy almost blew your cover by making one of them physically retreat from his charm.
Ozzy has to I'm sort of imagining that as the guy is retreating, Ozzy sees he's about to bump into the cart, and Sam is in the middle of rooting through it, and he's like, oh, wait, and he is to sort of grab the guy's attention so he doesn't immediately bump into Sam, and then it's just all over for the charm scheme.
Yeah, I think it's like Ozzy does that, and he's like, but wait. And you get the attention of the Fat Templar. You're like, how do you say so plump while being such an active Templar? And he just
or he because he's sort of a bootlegger. He's like, how do you stay in shape? And he's like, it sounds so sarcastic that the guy is like, what an asshole.
Yeah.
What an ass.
So
jeez, man.
I'm gonna have also because of Ozzy's failure, I'd like Bran to roll an average cool check. Because I don't know that Bran was necessarily fully brought in on this plan. So, and this will count towards your skill challenge too if you succeed it.
Mind if I spend a point here?
Sure.
I'm cool with it.
Have fun.
I'm ready for someone to make a social check against me.
All right, well, here we go.
Yeah, so as you fail the cool check, you didn't fail catastrophically, and I should have upgraded the difficulty of it too, actually, to bring up a despair. But we're actually running a little bit low on time, so I don't want to do that. However, I I think in the months before this, you had been warming up to Ozzy a little, though I feel like Ozzy and Bran probably have the coolest relationship because they're sort of opposite elements in a lot of ways. And with this, a lot of that went out the window. And yeah, take 2 strain, Bran, from that 2 threat. But nevertheless, though, eventually the carts part ways and the distance grows as you take the lead on the Inquisitor and the Templar escort or entourage.
If this had gotten any worse, I was going to just tear them apart.
Yeah, and at this point, night has fallen, and it is a moonless, dark night.
My favorite kind of night.
Ozzy is complaining to Linnea that he's like, you said I should try, putting myself out there a little bit more. It didn't work.
Honey, I didn't meet with the Templars. They can't be gay. Come on now, you can't flirt with them
against somebody who's wronged me so badly.
It's like at a loss of words.
It's okay, you try. And then he smacks him on the back.
Ozzy looks kind of defeated because he can sort of gather that Branislav has lost some respect for him.
Oh, little buddy.
And
it's okay.
And his whole thing is humiliation. So he's like, God damn it.
You know what's funny? I accidentally put humiliation for both of the characters, so that made oh man. I'm sure that says something about me, but
so
we won't get into that.
No, what could it say?
But I think you do eventually come upon the first outer walls of. You can see them in the distance of Valcien as you approach. You can see the torchlight of the guard station at the gate that you are approaching. You have 13 successes now, by the way. But also
how many do we need again?
16? You need 15 before 6 failed checks. You're at 4 failed checks and 13 success.
Does anyone know anything about these streets?
Wise.
Hey, you looking for somebody who's wise to these streets?
Yes, if that is how you say it.
Sam succeeds. With her dying breath, she tells you what happens. Yeah, no, if you want to roll a streetwise check.
But does anybody have more than one? I actually only have 1 skill point in streetwise. Does anybody have more?
I got a rank in 3 cunning, so my check is the same as yours, I think.
Oh, okay. I'll just go for it. Let's
I'll
God. I feel like this is gonna be bad.
You could do an assisted check, I think. If so.
Okay.
I don't even know if Ozzy would. He's sort of deflated.
Linnea would
just sitting morose in the car.
Just morosely.
He's leaning up against the side of the fucking carriage, and he's just sighing, every once in a while, just and just making it really apparent that he's just no one knows what to do. And just this is awkward.
It's the Charlie
Meanwhile,
Brown
Linnea was
just
petting him slightly, and everyone else is just actively looking away.
Listen, when my third boyfriend died, she just talks about some crazy experience.
It's like, you did what?
So
when my third boyfriend died, I drank his entire body while sobbing.
No,
it was really cathartic.
All my strain gone. Healed all of my strain. It was fantastic.
All the strain I took in that relationship was gone.
Yes.
Instant.
It's like I was reborn.
So, yeah, if you want to do a streetwise check, it would be hard difficulty at this point because you're not in Valcien quite yet, so it'd be 3 purple.
Aw,
I
boo,
would give
hiss.
you
Look at
the
the
assist
boost.
though from Ozzy. Yeah, if Ozzy wants to assist you, as basically you're trying to figure out where you're taking the information, the fragments of memories you have from Lonila, to figure out where to go within Valcien to find.
Hey, bro. Also from myself.
this
I've been here plenty of times.
and yeah, and Sam, who might not know this specific side of Valcien.
So wait, how do I upgrade this? What do I do? Make it a yellow instead of a...
Spend a story point, and I'm gonna spend a story point to upgrade the difficulty, so
Oh.
it gives you a chance of a despair. So,
So purple becomes a red.
yeah, so 1 purple becomes a red, so it'll be 2 purples and a red, and then it'll be your skill against it with
And
a
a
boost, and
So the blue.
yeah, and you get 1 green upgrades to a yellow, so you can just add
Great.
the upgrade to your roll as you spend.
God,
a point.
right.
But
Ooh.
you literally got exactly the successes you needed. 2 successes. You're at 15
Woo!
successes and 1 threat. And I'm not going to spend the threat on a strain on you. But yeah, I think as you approach the guards with a little bit of the information you have put together from your recollections, you chat up the guards, and they...
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, just
Gosh,
like that.
Ozzy definitely tries, but then he's like, wait, no, I should.
Wait, no, I've learned my lesson.
You chat up the guards and describe the insignia that you're looking for, and they mention that, oh yeah, that merchant, he has carriages come in like on a weekly basis on this road in particular. We see him all the time. They're always covered carriages, and there's always 6. It's weird because there's always 6 people with the carriages, but yeah, they come in all the time, and they think he operates out of the warehouse district of Valcien, which is and you know this from your streetwise check that particular district, you know where he would be, and that's a seedier area. There's a lot of criminal activity that occurs
Just my
in that
type.
part of Valcien. So you nevertheless find your way to the warehouse associated with this merchant. The threat, however, as you enter the city with your wagon, just as you're leaving earshot, you hear the Templars and the guards discussing, and it's clear that the Templars have made any lost time and are now also in the city. But what that means right now isn't super important because you have made your way to the warehouse of the merchant. We do a scene fade as you approach this warehouse. It is late at night now. Again, late at night / early morning. It's probably about 3 hours or so before sunrise. And these are large wooden timber warehouses. You approach the one that has the same insignia or emblem or whatever that was on the carriage is hanging from a flag or a tapestry in front of the warehouse.
Well, which one of us? I'll say it's out of character because Linnea would know. Who's the stealthiest among us here?
I have 2 ranks in stealth, but I am not agile. So
I have 1 rank in stealth, and I am a 3 in agility.
Sounds like
I have never understood the point of sneaking when you can just go in and fight.
Classic.
Jens, I'm with you there. I don't know, Honey. Yeah, I guess that's the right word. Not kid, not Han Solo. Honey, I'm with you there on that one. Why don't we let Bron and Sam take a quick peek inside? Um, my old age has told me that they're probably manufacturing these creatures and shipping them out. That's my best guess, just from being on this world for so long, on this plane.
I was gonna guess manufacturing poison from the creatures.
I guess that
Yeah,
would be
we
more
don't know.
lucrative. So yeah, that makes more sense.
I mean, dun 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 wow 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 wow.
What?
It's toxic.
Oh. Yeah, totally. Uncanny.
Sam's not a great musician, but she tries.
It's just a blank expression and a nod
Yep.
from Bran.
Thank you, Bran.
As if somewhere deep down he understands, but maybe not.
Oh, am I able to make another check about this merchant guild, or because I'm in a new, like I'm seeing more familiar sites, or is that what I know is what I know?
Sorry, who asked that? Was that?
Linnea. I already made
yeah,
it.
definitely. Actually, I
made
wanted that. That's a good reminder. I actually wanted to have you make another check.
Okay.
Do this is yeah. It's not really a knowledge check. I think this is more of like a rifling through your own memories. So I don't really know what that would be. I guess it would still be a knowledge check.
All alone in the moonlight. Do 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 do.
Hit more twice. Now it's like double the dice.
Do a hard knowledge check, and I'm gonna upgrade it so it's 2 purples and a red.
Okay.
As you,
is it a lore or forbidden?
Oh, sorry. Knowledge lore, I think.
Yeah, I got a single rank, and 3 greens in that. I can flip if you guys are cool with it. I'll have 2 yellows.
Yeah, go for it. Ain't no time like the present.
All right, let's see how this goes.
Nice. Okay, 2 successes and 1 threat from that.
The same thing you rolled last time.
Get my despair, but that's fine. Yeah, you take a threat though with that, or sorry, take a strain with that threat, as you delve through more and more of your forgotten memories, and you remember a name and a face that you associate with this symbol. Jamil Shifu. You still can't quite place it. It's an old memory. You know that for some reason you loathe this name though. It is causing you strain because it's your entire body tenses up with physically remembered anger that you don't quite remember why you hate this Jamil Shifu that is associated with this emblem so much, but you know you do. And that's what you remember with that check.
So I remember this, and this is an old memory, so it's possible that this person is no longer with us, unless something supernatural has happened, of course. So, or maybe not. Leah's not sure, but so she just remember, and all she says to Sam and Brandon says, she just says, "Ooh, I just remembered. These people are no good. So you can definitely steal from them." That's all she'll say to them.
While we're outside, I'm not entirely sure how scrying works. Can I try to see how many, or like an inkling of the number of silver objects that are within this warehouse? Because I'm assuming, well, Ozzy thinks that there are probably several other similar cages, but he wants to know if this thing is like brimming with silver and we might all die if we go inside, or is it like small concentrated areas here and there? I don't know
Yeah,
if that's within the bounds of the spell, though.
I think I would give you that for Scry. That would be a little bit more detailed of a mapping though, so I think it'd be an average difficulty
Okay.
rather than the base easy for Scry.
Are you gonna upgrade so we can get more story points?
Yeah, actually, and I will. Good call. I will upgrade that, so it's gonna be red and a purple.
Ooh, interesting. So I take strain
A
for casting
failure
a
and a
spell.
triumph.
Ooh.
So maybe I try to find all the silver. Instead, I find something else of note.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what you find that's of note and really important. Okay, I know what it is. you you're not able to scry anything about the silver, as
Okay.
you failed the intent of your check. However, your scry spell snaps your attention, and the Inquisitor, you see the Inquisitor and the Templars, and you know that this is in the near future, but not quite yet. They march down the street into the warehouse district, down to in front of the warehouse, close to where you are standing now, in fact, and kick open the warehouse door as they rush in. And then
So
you snap back to the present.
yeah. So I imagine his eyes glaze over for a second. He makes sure he does it inside the cart so no one sees him like doing magic. Um, but after he's done, the door flies open. He's like, "Okay, we have a bit of a problem." Somehow he's out of breath again. um, those the Templars, they're going to be here shortly. I'm not sure how soon, but I know that they're going to be here. I saw this building. They came in here and they kicked down the door, and I think that they were they. Well, I have a feeling that they attacked whatever was inside. So I don't think we should stick around here at all. If we stick around here, we may be uh, misconstrued to be whoever this merchant company is. So if we're going to do anything, we should be in and out very, 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 very quickly. And
My
we should also
eyes,
park
Are
the cart
these same
somewhere else.
Templars we saw before?
Yes.
my eyes start looking across the street for places to hide.
To snipe from.
Yin
Yeah.
starts growling and thinks and says, maybe we should just go inside and wait for them.
No, we'll let them kick whatever hornet's nests here, and then we'll hit them from the back.
The cart somewhere else.
What?
I'm gonna flip another story point, and while Ozzy is explaining this and telling you what his vision was, Lonila, you feel a pull, some sort of, as if there is a thread, a bungee cord, an invisible bungee cord tying you to inside the warehouse, and you almost feel as if you're physically being pulled towards it. It's not, you aren't actually physically being pulled towards it, but it's like
Right.
this supernatural pressure on you.
A familiar one?
Sorry?
Is it a familiar pool?
Yeah, I think it is. There is an air of familiarity about it. I don't think that you felt this pull before that you can recall, but it feels like you have felt it before, if that makes sense.
Can Linnea's a little prideful, so I don't want to like act on something that's like completely not what's going on. Would this have anything to do with the progeny thing aspect of the vampire, or is it unrelated to that?
It could have something to do with the progeny aspect of vampirism.
Okay. Just pull him towards that. She doesn't like that. I think Linnea is usually pretty cheerful and go lucky, I guess. But she definitely gets a little serious for a moment. And she says, "All right, kids, get back in the cart. Sam, why don't you go ahead and go inside and see what's in there, but come right back. And Brand, I don't want you taking any shots right now. Okay, we'll get them later. Everyone back in the cart."
Yeah, let's get back to
Mom
the
scuffs her foot.
No,
Scuffs her foot and just kind of like rolls her eyes like a child.
They're coming now. We don't have time to go looking around in there. We hide across the street. We let them break the door down. We ambush them when they do. They do the hard work. We kill them and deal with whatever's inside.
I don't think we want to deal with whatever's inside, Brand.
Then after we kill them, we flee. But we're killing the Templars.
We can let the Templars kill whatever's inside and then just murder the Templars afterward.
Linnea looks pretty unconvinced of this plan. But she doesn't say anything.
What's around right now? Are there lots of people? Like you mentioned, after dusk, right?
It's very
We're
late
just
at
having-
night. Yeah, you're not having this conversation like in broad daylight in the middle of.
There's a couple dudes sitting on a bench. We're just talking about killing Templars.
I just wanted to make sure that
it's
very quiet right now.
It is deep into the night. It is still hours away from sunrise. You are in a largely unpopulated, and specifically the street that you're on is totally devoid of any other people. A largely unpopulated section of the warehouse district itself. The warehouse district is a combination of these large timber warehouses that go right up against the river. I believe Valcien is on the fork of two rivers, so the warehouse district goes right up to a enormous set of piers as well. And I think that you are not right at those piers. You're like one row of warehouses in. But yeah, it's totally empty here outside of you guys.
Cool.
Yeah, Linnea's still on the. We should get back later. She said,
I'll
"Ron, I know
hide.
how much this means to you. I truly do. But if your guy even lives after breaking down that door, then we can just get him on the way out. We should
No, you don't understand. His death by other hands is meaningless.
Listen here, young man. I'll just bring him back, and then you can kill him again.
No.
Okay?
No. No. I've endured enough of this supernatural bullshit.
And I think
I have been
Mom
patient.
slowly raises her hand.
Okay. And while she raises her hand, Ozzy, you, having had the vision, you know that the time for action is quickly shrinking. The Inquisitors will be here soon.
Let's put it to a vote.
We
I am
and
with vengeance.
ambush them when they engage.
Can I bewitch us real quick so that they at least don't see us? Anybody?
Can do that.
Anybody second that? Awesome. Okay, great. Let's argue while being bewitched. What's the? I just want to make it so that like our whole area, like our cart area that we're in, is nice and it just looks like the wall. You know, it
we just
blends
need
in.
to. I was suggesting moving it
Hmm?
over to like the other side of the street, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's not be directly in front of the door. Correct.
Yeah, Linnea,
we
if
have,
the cart's moving away, Linnea is definitely cool with that.
Ozzy is trying to steer the cart towards the other side of the street. And then if I can also assist in this masking of our presence thing, that is really interesting. I did not know you could do that with magic.
Yeah, I'm looking
Yeah,
at
man.
Like some kind of
right now.
ritual.
I mean, I was just gonna bewitch this shit, but yeah, we could do a ritual. I don't think we have time for a ritual, in all honesty. Actually,
Yeah.
rituals take a while. But yeah, if we can do a group bewitchment
Yeah, I'm trying to see if Bewitch
to make it so that we at least have like.
if Bewitchment does that. I don't think it technically does, but because it sounds cool
Can
and
shroud
we're
us
running
in
low on time,
darkness.
As
I will. Oh, is
the
that
spell
one of the
plays with
things?
the subject's mind and can alter perception. Yeah,
Yeah, no, but that means
offers the
you have to
possibility of either
target
masking something.
you have to target a
No,
specific subject. Like you have to get access to the Bewitched.
that's in structured encounters. In this, you can if you go up to page 80. Tampering with the subject's perceptions requires average witchcraft, while altering the memories would require hard.
Okay.
So you could
Yeah,
tamper with
average.
perception.
Okay, I will. So you
I
have
would say it probably doesn't look like a
Or
wall. We just probably
right
look like somebody
here,
else.
I was gonna say, should the tampering be exhaustive, the GM could increase the difficulty of the check, so you can make it
It would be
like we can work together. You can make it hard,
yeah. It's
and
gonna
that way it can be more like
yeah. I like that. I think
reasonable.
I'm gonna make it a hard check, and I'm gonna upgrade it. So it's a 2 purple and a red.
Rude. So purple, one red,
Recall, you do have an empathic link
and then
with one of them. You have the blood, right? With the Inquisitor.
with the Inquisitor, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
So
how would I be able to assist this? Because I've
Do I
got
Can I upgrade my last green to a yellow? Would that
I've,
miss?
I've got 3 ranks, so I don't know how many
Or
ranks you
add a
have.
yellow?
yeah,
I have 2 ranks.
So yeah,
So
you would
maybe you
take.
should be doing it. You have 3 ranks in witchcraft?
But
Yeah.
what's your characteristic?
3 cunning.
I have 3 cunning as well. We were allowed to go to 3. I thought we were only allowed to go to 2.
I have no idea.
No,
I
you
just
can go to 3.
using the sheet that was
Yeah,
given me.
you're only allowed to
I would have done that.
You're only allowed
Dang.
to go to 4 at character creation.
Ooh,
Yeah,
then you should be doing this.
So
All right.
you can give him a boost then, though.
Yeah, I'll give you a boost. Sorry, I thought. Yeah.
And
No, you should totally be
and the
doing
blood
this.
or the locket, I guess.
Locket, yeah.
Is that considered a greater empathic link or a strong empathic link?
Strong empathic.
Okay. I'm going to flip
Do it.
to add additional green. So this is a red and 2 purples, correct?
Yes.
You
yes.
flipped.
A red and 2 purples, and then you get the upgrade and the boost.
Anything else
you
I could
both-
add to this?
You both do
That
witchy
means you have-
stuff.
So you have 4 yellows, 1 and 1 blue? Is that what it is?
I have 3 yellows, a green, and a blue.
Oh, right. That's the boot. Right. There it is. Brains.
Boom.
Nice. 2 successes and 1 advantage. So you successfully mask yourself. You between the 2 of you, you're able to successfully mask your entire group just from the Inquisitors, the Inquisitor and the Templars. That Ozzy, I think you specifically have this knowledge of approximately where they are, and then Sam has the empathic link to at least one of them, so you're able to shroud their senses. I think that we sort of jump to the Inquisitors running down the street, and they turn the corner just onto the street that you guys are on right as you finish the spell, and blink for a second, thinking they see something, and then realize that, oh no, there's nothing there, and run right past you guys, and begin to get ready to kick down the door of the warehouse. Are you guys doing anything? Interfering or prepping?
Yeah, Linnea, I have a crossbow. So she's going to take one of the crossbow bolts and take the arrowhead off and just sharpen the end of it where the arrowhead used to be into a point, so it's just a wooden stake.
Wooden
and
stake?
she's just going to keep that near her. That's all she does.
Sure.
Bran has his bow drawn and an arrow nocked.
I'm going to use. So we only have the. I don't even have the empathic link. That's Psalm.
I've got that. Yeah.
So I'm going to use an action to use Dark Utterance. Do I know if they would detect this, or if making this empathic link would reveal myself?
No, I don't think it would reveal you.
Okay, well then I'm going to make the dark utterance check to make an empathic link with the I guess I can't make it against the well, if you'll allow me to make it against the group of Templars to, I don't know, grab what does it use for weak empathic link? Personal belonging. Okay, so I managed to make, or if I succeed on the check, some sort of holy symbol that they carry around with them, so that would link me to all of the Templars, but not to the Inquisitor, just because to distinguish between them two. If you would let me do that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, there's a specific emblem that is for the Templars. That
yeah, because this is a minion group counts as a single target for Dark Utterance. So you should.
Right.
Okay, then yeah.
But I didn't know if it was a mini group. That was a.
Yeah. No, the Templars are actually rivals. But I think that.
Okay.
But the logic of they share a single icon that distinguishes them as Templars rather than Inquisitors totally makes sense, and I think you can use your Dark Utterance to create a link via that.
Alright, well, I will roll that check because it is a check. I believe it's just 2 purples. Yep, okay. Sweet. What can I do with that?
You take the 2 strain, though, I believe. From
is it a spell?
Isn't it a spell? Or does it...
That's
no, it's a talent. You're right. Yeah, so never mind. You don't take 2 strain. Unless
that's a talent.
So.
Well, it says you can utter a magical formula. I guess it's not a spell.
Unless it's a spell, I don't think you take the 2 strain.
Well, in that case, with those 3 advantages, can I narratively we're all prepping for this? Can we get boosts? Can everyone get a boost on their first combat check? First surprise.
I'll give you. Yeah, okay, I'll do that. I'll give you all the boost on your first combat check if you catch them unawares.
Cool. That's what I'll spend those advantages on.
Cool. So. Yeah, Ozzy doing this. Lonila sharpening her crossbow bolt into a wooden stake, basically. Bran drawing a bead on the Templar with his bow and arrow.
I actually, I spit on the arrowhead.
Ooh, nice.
You probably don't have a lot of that left, so that's a heavy investment. So yeah, the last of Bran's spit on the arrowhead. What are Sam and Jens doing?
Well, I have the talent that makes it burn.
Oh, right. Oh, that's right. Okay. It's not just symbolic. It's actually very, very practical. You're right. Okay. Cool.
Sam pulls out one of her daggers, but keeps the other hand free, just in case she's got to do some spell work.
Okay. Cool. You equipping your weapon, Jens?
Jens is meditating.
Jens is just squinting at them as they turn to
Roll a
charge in.
deception check.
Cool.
I am preparing for murder.
And mere feet from you, but totally unable to perceive you due to your witchcraft, the group of Templars and the Inquisitor kick down the wooden door and charge into the warehouse. You can see from your vantage point the warehouse is a largely open internal space. There's actually not that much shipments or boxes or anything there. There are just rows upon rows of those silver cages with spikes internal to them. But they are all empty. They're all empty for the moment. And in the middle of the room, you see a young woman with runes painted on her and a ritual marking lit by candles in the middle of the warehouse floor, dissecting some sort of aberration that had clearly been shipped via one of those many, many silver cages. She is surprised, and as they kick open the door, and immediately leaps up from her ritual or dissection, whatever it is that she's doing, you can't quite tell, and runs out of your frame of view with a shout, and quickly disappears from your frame of view. The Templars and the Inquisitor follow immediately after her.
Follow as well.
It is time.
Cool.
I'll follow behind him. I'm all about helping Bran out.
Do we get the impression that movement will disrupt the spell, or as long as we stay
No.
close together?
Yeah, movement won't disrupt the spell. I
Cool.
don't think that there's anything in there that says that, and if there is, and I don't feel like accounting for it right now, so yeah, movement does not disrupt the spell. You
Ozzy sort of looks towards Lanela like, we're doing this?
She made a mistake, so she's gonna follow, but she does not look optimistic. She's just gonna say, actually, Sam and Ozzy are the only humans, like true humans, kind of. So she's gonna say to you to stick close to me. Like, don't go too far away from me. You two are very fragile.
I'd much rather stay out here. I don't know why we're going in there.
Well, you know, boys. That's all she says.
Ozzy looks
Tom just
like
sighs.
Ozzy looks like, what? And then he's like, yeah. He's like, why I never.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why I argue with you. And then he'll stick close to Lanela. Got that tiny little wimpy dagger out.
cool. Yeah, so as those of you who are entering into the warehouse, you enter into the warehouse and you see what is clearly a witch backed into a corner. The Templars surrounding her with their sword and shield out. The Inquisitor stepping forward to lunge at her. She shouts out for. She shouts out for someone in the dark speech or whatever it is, the witch speech, and the candles blow out, and from the shadows something strikes, and at least one of the Templars, just screams a blood-curdling scream as he is pulled into the darkness, and you hear the sickly wet splat as he is basically eviscerated, and blood splashes out from the shadows, though you can't see his corpse. And then stepping out of the shadow is this ancient, well, not ancient. There is this middle-aged, olive-skinned man. His eyes blood red, and he just basically emanates power. And who all is in the warehouse right now?
Brannis.
All of us, right? We all followed.
And Jens.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sam is like still in the doorway, but like still basically in there.
like peeking in. Okay, is Lonela in?
She asked Ozzy and Sam to stick by, so she's with. If Sam digs all the way in, she's sticking with Sam, and would have asked or grabbed Ozzy's ear to stay with her.
Ozzy is like behind you. He's like, you first.
Sam is actually
humans.
So we're in the doorway.
Sam is actually looking a little bit happier now, seeing as there's a witch inside. And there was a little hand symbol the witch's way, seeing if perchance
The secret handshake. Well,
yeah.
she can't quite do that because the witch is curled into like a defensive position, and facing away from the door. She's facing the tall, clearly vampiric person, and looking not
General
looking at
manager
you guys.
coming in again, trying to ruin everything.
But as soon as you walk in, I think as soon as Lonela pops her head in, you have not cast your bewitchment on these people. So the tall man laughs. He looked angry for a moment as he looked at the Templars, and then he makes eye contact with Lonela as he sees your group enter into the warehouse, and smiles and goes, Lonela! It's so good to see you! Lysa, no need to worry. My old friend, in fact, you could say I made her what she is here to help us. Aren't you, Lonela? And Lonela, you are struck as take one more strain. As it's all coming together for you, and you remember who this is. This is Jamil Shifu. He is your sire. He is the vampire that hundreds of years ago, without warning, seemingly without cause, ripped you from your mortal coil and cast you on this unending journey of being a vampire and trying to find a cure.
Immortal coil?
Yeah, he says we've come to. Am I like compelled to obey? It says I upgrade social checks interacting with him, or is it just kind of like
upgrade social checks, but you're not like compelled to obey. It's not like he doesn't have like mind control over you or anything.
I don't know if this is anachronistic or not, but he says you've come to help us, haven't you? I'm going to say I'm going to say, no, we haven't. This is a free for all, bitch, and I'm going to try and shoot him for however long ways that is. I don't know. It's definitely outside short range, but it won't hit. But I'm definitely gonna shoot an arrow.
Yeah, no,
like
go
his
for
direction.
It. You can spend a story point to I would say to upgrade it, or not to upgrade it, but to like be able to shoot past the range, just for.
Are you guys cool? Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna actually hit him, but are you guys cool with me doing that?
Yeah, it's I like it cinematic, and it's just cool.
This is a free for.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way this is gonna hit him, but if it does,
yeah. No, Bran's gonna shoot the Templar. And there's no way Lonela does not like this guy at all. So.
Yeah, I think the Templar that got pulled out was the helmeted Templar. He dead, or the limping Templar. Sorry,
Bye.
he dead.
What's the difficulty?
You are all at medium range, so it'd be 2 difficulty, 2 purple.
Okay. Does he have adversary or anything like that?
If you target him on the game board, it should account for all of that. But yes, Jamil has adversary 2 and 2 defense to ranged.
Okay.
So when you if
Beautiful.
you do everything right, it should add the upgrades and setbacks accordingly.
Oh, and you get that boost to surprise attacks, right?
Not this guy though, because he.
But he wasn't expecting Lanayla to shoot him.
No,
was he?
I'm not gonna get.
I'm pretty sure, like, he felt me into the city. I think at this.
Yeah, and there's like this deep connection between sires and their progeny.
Dang it.
Yeah. 2 reds, 2 setback. Essentially, that's what this roll is.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna fire. Nope. He goes right past him.
Of course, as soon as you fire your crossbow bolt, the bewitchment, just for you at least, drops, and were the Inquisitor and Templars looking anywhere else but at the vampire sire in front of them, they would certainly see you. The vampire, for his part, Jamil, I think that you fire the crossbow bolt and he just like slaps it out of the air as it zips at him. Like he doesn't even it doesn't even phase him, and he grins. My lovely Lodila, why? This is a reunion. Why are you so angry? Come, there's fresh blood. We have these Templars here. It'll be wonderful. We should be celebrating. And with that, I'm gonna have everyone. Let's do initiative. Everyone enter initiative. But everyone except for Lonila, you are still invisible to the Inquisitor and Templars, so you still have that like surprise attack if you want to use it.
Spending a strain for a rapid reaction.
Is it cool?
Cool or vigilant? This would be vigilant.
I think I rolled vigilant. Cool, but they're both the same.
Yeah, it
so.
doesn't. Yeah, and whatever. It's fine. Vigilance or cool, whatever you want.
Okay.
Is that
my vigilance is better, so I'm gonna roll my vigilance. Okay.
Nice. Okay. So, and I still have to do all of these guys.
Ooh, Psalm? 5 successes?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Well, the Fat Templar got 5 successes.
The Fat Templar, he's fat, but he is vigilant. He learned his lesson when he failed to stop Bran from turning. And then he was like, you know what? I'm going to be more attentive and aware of my surroundings from now on. NPC slots go first, though, so that's fine. The Jamil is going to go first. He's actually going to target... I think he's going to target the Fat Templar, though. As he leaps
He's mine.
Engaged.
More blood.
And let's see how this goes. Yeah, and he just swings his sword down on the Templar's shield, but the Fat Templar, again, surprisingly effective, blocks Jamil's strike. And you see a little look of surprise on Jamil, actually, as he goes ahead and he's going to pass 2 boosts to Lysa, the young witch. But it is now your guys' turn.
I take that first.
Yeah, dude, get him.
So here, all right. So I'm going to spend a maneuver to aim. Can I get a boost die here for my desire of vengeance?
No, but I will give you a boost die for... You get the surprise boost, right? Because he's not looking at you. And then you also, I'll give you a boost because he's engaged with Jamil in combat. Like, he's totally not paying attention to you, so his back is to you, basically. But I am gonna. But he's engaged with another target, and I guess
I don't care about that target.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
engaged?
so, but just upgrade the difficulty.
Congratulations.
Upgrade the difficulty of the check once for the despair possibility, basically.
All right, hang on.
In case you hit Jamil.
Screwed up here. Hang on 1 second.
This Fat Templar is really strong. I think we should, instead of getting vengeance, you should do enemies to lovers instead, because he seems like a good ally to have.
Yeah, I think so too. Seems like he really figured himself out since he hurt you.
Send Ozzy to seduce him.
It failed once.
I would get his attention for sure.
He doesn't have any defense.
Fat Templar? No. Fat Templar does not have any defense. Oh wait, actually, hold up. Let me double check that. That doesn't seem right. Fat Templar, why don't you have any defense?
His name is Igor, right? Like we do know his name.
Yep. But I like calling him Fat Templar.
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend a story point to
might have a
upgrade.
name. It doesn't matter. He lost his name when he betrayed Brad. Okay, he does have defense. He should have defense 1 now,
or deflection, I guess.
Yeah.
What is it from?
I equipped a
out
shield.
Of curiosity.
The Templars
Can he
all
block
have a sword
if
and
he's
shield.
not? Can he use the deflection if he's not looking at us? Because his shield would be in front of him, right?
So I'm giving the bonus, the boost because of that.
All right, 3 successes, 2 advantages, and a triumph.
Wozers.
Holy crap.
So, I'm going to inflict the burn quality on him.
Oh shit.
So that's gonna deal 7 damage until he puts it out. It is not fire, so he can't just put it out. He has to jump in water.
Okay.
It's going to deal 10 points of damage.
So he's 10 points reduced by soak. So that's okay. So it's 4 points.
Actually, I'm going to use the advantages on that, and then I'll use a triumph to crit him.
Brad,
so you're activating with the advantages. You're activating the burn quality from your spit.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
What's the burn rating?
So I'm pretty sure it's just. Let's see here.
Sick burn, bro.
His burn rating is sick. That Temper's like, oh no.
A sick burn.
I think it burn.
No, my feelings.
Burn 2, but that's how many rounds it lasts, I believe.
Oh, how much damage does it do? So it lasts for 2 rounds, but then
base damage.
Base damage.
So
okay, cool.
So 7.
7 damage. God, that's crazy. For the next 2 rounds, it does 7 damage. It doesn't tick immediately.
Awesome.
Right? It starts the next round.
So it's sort of his turns.
And I think
the sickness burns. And the acid like begins to eat away at his armor and exposed flesh. And then you're doing the crit with the triumph, right?
Yep. Just a note: it is suffer that damage, not.
So it doesn't take the damage. Yeah. No, suffer the damage is fine. Is it suffer wounds or suffer damage? It's the damage is the keyword for.
I've had this argument so many times at my table. It's precise.
No, it's if it's damage, then it's reduced by soak. If it's just wounds, then it's not. Then it bypasses soak. That's the keyword. Suffer itself isn't the keyword.
When burn is triggered, one target hit by the attack continues to suffer the weapon's base damage.
Oh right,
So reduced by soak.
It's base damage. Yeah. So otherwise it would say base damage is wounds. I'm pretty sure we have this like argument on the community Discord once a month too.
Yep.
So you also give him a minor nick.
Dang.
He suffers a strain, but he suffers a strain, so that's another wound for him. He's like, this burns, and it nicks, and he just sort of
Whales.
He's more like just surprised actually because he hasn't really seen you yet since you're shooting at his back. But yeah, the acid begins to burn through him. Do you have a maneuver or anything, or you spent your maneuver on the boost, on aim?
Yep.
That was crazy. So Lysa is going to run into engaged and is going to. I don't know if she has.
Well, I should say, I am shouting at this point. He is mine.
Yeah.
Violinist outside is misunderstanding what's happening and starts playing romantic music.
And
It's a cellist, obviously.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
does Lysa have a weapon? Just need to make sure. No, she does not have a weapon. Lysa's going to cast. Well, she doesn't have any connection to anything, so I think she's actually going to run up to the Fat Templar who Jamil is currently attacking and try and grab something from his pocket. She's basically going to try and pickpocket him. That's going to be a skullduggery. So he's going to do the old Muggin curse. And
Love it.
Mugging curse.
It's a staple of witches.
yeah. And because
Take your money and then your life.
he's so distracted, she gets 2 boost on that. I need to figure out what his vigilance is, which is really high because Fat Templar has crazy high vigilance for some reason.
Because he knows he's been, hunted.
Yeah, he's used to this
He
mugging
knows
curse
he's
thing too.
done some bad shit.
Yeah. He gets it.
Oh, and he's unable to pull anything off of the Fat Templar, but with the 3 advantage. What will I do with the 3 advantage? I will pass that to Shifu. There's 1 advantage. Here we go. And it moves to the next turn. But yeah, at this point, Jamil and Lysa, the young witch, are both, and Bran are all beating the crap out of this Fat Templar.
He's holding his own, apparently.
Yeah, he's like just sucking it up. He's like, I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I probably did something really bad.
You know damn well.
I'll take the slot if people
Sure.
don't mind. Okay. Ozzy's gonna turn to Linnea and be like, "Do you have some sort of? You obviously have some sort of connection with this guy. Do you? And you've lived a while. Do you think that if you were to donate some of your blood, I could use that to cast a spell on this guy because he has some sort of link to you?"
Do I know if that would work or not?
I like that. Yeah, I'll let that work. I think that's
Okay.
cool.
Linnea does not like the idea of you guys attacking him. She really just wants Bran to kill this guy, and then they just run to book it. But she did. How old is the witch? It says young witch.
She's young. She's young years old.
Young and impressionable.
She looks to be like in her late teens, early 20s.
Okay, so a lost child in need of adoption is also pulling at Linnea's. I mean, she's like 800 or whatever, right? It's just, yeah. So, okay, she says, okay, but you don't go any closer than if we were to put this in range bands, medium range from him. She's telling this to Psalm too.
If we were to abstract this away into bands,
if we were gonna
okay.
Okay. Don't go near him.
Do you understand how witchcraft works?
Don't. No, I don't.
Okay, medium range, not going to be a thing.
Okay, then don't. You do not engage him. Short range. Do not stare directly into his eyes. Okay.
Wait, what happens if we stare into his eyes?
If he says your name, do not answer back.
Okay, I don't think he knows my name.
She just.
I was about to say Ozzy.
She just looks at Ozzy like he just said something really stupid. And she says, "If you guys can agree to that, I will let you take some of my blood to use against him."
Yes, I'll do it.
Sure.
Okay. She'll cut the back of her hand to let someone. I don't know if that is my maneuver on my turn. I can say ahead of time this is my maneuver. I don't know, but I can give both of them my blood. With that.
Cool.
Sure. Yeah. So are you doing that? You're doing that now on this turn to give them your blood. Okay. Cool.
I guess so. Should I take my turn first then, so I can give them both the Or
yeah, I mean the three of you could all go in this block of 3 PC slots, so I think it's
I feel like we should let Yen go as one of these three, just because he's right there.
True.
But you tell me, Yen. What do you think?
I'm planning on attacking the Inquisitor.
Ooh.
Do you? Okay, I'll take this turn first, and then you guys can decide what to do with it. But yeah, I'll use a maneuver. I'll cut the back of my hand and let some blood drip on both into Ozzy's hands and into Som's hands, so that they have empathic connection to Jamil here. And then I'm going to. Oh God, I'm gonna have to drink some blood. I'm gonna take my second maneuver, so I got to spend 2 strain to do this, and then take another 2 strain to raise my agility by 1. So I'm gonna take 4 strain total to do this, but it increases.
1 strain or 2 strain for blood potency?
It's 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll be 4 because it's my second maneuver. Yeah, that's what I'll do. And I'm marking all this stuff. I apologize. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now my agility is a 3. And I'm going to use my action to just move to. I'm medium from him now, so I'm going to just move to short. Is that allowed on my action?
You took. Well, no, you took 2 maneuvers already.
Yeah.
So,
neither of them were move maneuvers.
Yeah, but you can't convert. You can convert an action to a maneuver, but you can't take a move maneuver would still be a maneuver, so that'd be 3 maneuvers.
Okay, so I can. Okay. Then
do like a social check, or I don't know.
that would fail instantly against this guy.
You could charm.
You could yell at the other people and be like, "Kick their asses!"
No, I can't really think of anything that I could use as action. So I'll load the stake into the crossbow with my action.
Okay, yeah, sure. That's like a. I won't even count that as an action. You could use your action as a maneuver, so you don't have to pay the strain cost. So you would just have to pay the 1 strain for blood potency rather than because you're paying 2 strain for the maneuver, right? The second maneuver and then the strain.
Yeah.
So now it'd just be the 1 strain for that.
Okay, sure, I'll do that.
Okay,
so I'll
take a little
knock off 2 strain.
Nice.
Yeah. Then I'm good.
Cool. Who is going next then?
I think I'll go next.
Okay.
Ozzy will, with the blood in his hands, he'll take it, and haven't really seen this side of him where it may have cropped up a few times when he sort of has a look in his eye that he's meaning business, and he takes the blood and he smears it across the length of his arm, like rolling up the sleeve as he does, and like runs towards the Templars. So he's going to move to short range. He's holding the arm very high in the air, and he shouts a few words in a language that I believe only Psalm and the young witch can understand. And I'm going to cast. I'm going to cast Bewitchment on Jamil.
On Jamil, okay.
Good luck.
So that will be, it's a set difficulty of average and then adversary 2, right?
Yes, adversary 2.
Okay.
So basically 2
and
points.
I'm specifically doing the curse so that they'll remove greens from all of his checks.
Is that? Oh, so you're doing a curse spell.
They're both labeled as bewitchment on my sheet, but I think
I see.
It should be. Yeah,
It's the
that's
same.
I think base
bad.
Genesis is curse, so
Yeah,
that's what I'm intending to do.
In Inquisition,
the second one is
too.
curse.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's probably a copy paste error.
Okay. So that is what I'm doing. Are
you adding any effects to that, or you just doing base?
I think that I'll only add effects if I'm gonna flip. I feel like I should have some talent or something to improve my spellcasting ability, but no.
So you're moving into short range?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Perfect.
No further. Remember.
I know. And to clarify, does this count as a strong empathic link, or what sort of empathic link does this count as? The blood of Lanela.
I'll give it a strong empathic link. I think
Sweet.
it's a really savvy way to get an empathic link.
All right. Well, then I will flip the last story point if people will agree to it.
I think there's 2 story points left for you guys.
We got 2 left.
Do it.
All right. Well, then I will flip. Okay. So he removes green from all of his checks, and if it's regular curse, I can maintain that later, right?
Yeah, you can concentrate on it.
Okay, so take 2 strain from having to cast a spell, and then with my second maneuver, I'm going to take it on back, move back out of short range so that I'm further away from him, and the Templars are very much between me and all of that vampire stuff going on. With those 3 advantages, so I'll take more strain for having to use the second maneuver. Getting a little high up there on strain.
You pop back out to medium, you just said?
Yeah, because the spell maintains as long as...
Yeah,
when I cast it.
Yep.
Okay, cool. So, any suggestions for those 3 advantages? Maybe because it's curse, I'll give him a setback on his next check, and I'll with 2 advantages, and then I'll pass a boost to the next PC.
Okay. That sounds good.
Cool, as it's sort of sapping his strength.
Yeah, I think Jamila's not used to being cursed.
It's like usually no one tries this.
Yeah, I think when you do this and Jamil feels the magic course through his veins and sort of constrict his muscles. Like, Lonila, why are your friends being so rude? I don't understand. I just wanted to say hi. It's been so long. And who is taking the next PC slot?
Ozzy whispers out of the corner of... He does like sort of a stage whisper as he sidles back. I have a health potion in my pocket. If he kills me, use that before the fight, please.
No promises.
Do you want to go, Sam?
I mean, I have no ideas yet because I spaced out a little bit doing something. So if you want to go,
Sure. So Jens is gonna, he's like, ah, and he starts charging in, and I'm going to attempt to shift into hybrid form.
Hell yes.
Ooh.
It may not work because it requires discipline, of which he has very little. It works.
Ooh, nice.
Huzzah!
Sweet.
So I like to, I don't know, you see it a lot in in movies where like he's running and then he kind of starts getting down on all fours and then, he shifts and I'm going to spend 2 maneuvers. I think you said we're at medium range when we first started this.
You're at medium range.
Yeah. So I'll spend 2 maneuvers to engage with the Inquisitor, and I'm just basically just going to pounce and attack. So as I shift into my hybrid form, by the way, anybody who isn't supernatural and has not encountered a werewolf before has to make a fear check. I would imagine probably the Templars, if they're with Inquisitors, they may have. I don't know.
I think. Well, I leave it to. Would Bran have encountered a werewolf before with Fat Templar?
He's supernatural.
No, I'm saying for Fat Templar, because Bran, it's up to you. Since you have a history with Fat Templar. Do you think, would you guys have hunted werewolves before, or probably not?
No, I think we were specifically hunting gravewalkers.
Okay. Then I will give, I'll let Fat Templar make the fear check. So it's a discipline, right? Against, what's the difficulty?
Hard.
Nice.
Like it's like supernatural, like guttural howling, slavering, like beast mode shit.
Yeah, it's really it's scary and probably really gross too.
He was also invisible to him too, right? Just a second ago.
That Templar does not care though. With 3 successes, a threat, and a triumph.
Dude, I'm telling you, enemies to lovers, you have to do it.
Yep.
Brandis, we need this guy.
Oh man, I don't know what to do with that triumph. Well, okay, so with a triumph, Fat Templar sees you as you do this. He throws a. I'm gonna spend a story point on this too. So there are like. This is a warehouse still, so I said, it's not. There's not a whole ton of boxes or anything, but there's some stuff that's hanging up above, like the. You have like the boxes that are like supported by ropes for whatever reason. It doesn't seem useful, but it's always like that in movies. So there's boxes directly above you, and Fat Templar, just out of a sheer fear reaction, he's gonna take a strain though, which translates into a wound with the threat. But out of a sheer fear reaction to your transformation, just throws a dagger from his side and knocks one of the boxes, cuts one of the boxes loose, and it falls down. So I'm just going to have you make a average difficulty, or 1 purple, 1 red athletics check to try and avoid the box falling on you.
Oh, athletics, you say? You said, what was it? 1 purple, 1 red?
Athletics or coordination. Athletics to, like, just sort of bear it, and coordination if you wanted to try and, like, dodge out of it. 1 purple, 1 red.
Jens does not dodge.
Wait, what? Oh, because you're shifted. That's why you have, like, absurd... You have 5 brawn in... I made this character.
In hybrid form, yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, so I think, I mean, I guess the box just, like, falls on you, but you fully transformed into hybrid form at that point, and you just stare.
Just bounces off.
Yeah, it just
The
like
butch just
shatters on you,
shatters.
and it's just like it doesn't phase you. You don't even notice it as you start to rage as a hybrid werewolf guy. Is that your action, or do you still have an action to do? Is it a maneuver?
That's an incidental.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
Shifting is an incidental, yeah. Unless you put it in there wrong, but that's what it says on my sheet.
I'm assuming I put it in there right. So yep, that sounds right.
All right. So as this happens, like I'm running, charging. I'm going to take 2 strain for 2 maneuver, and then just will pounce and attempt to pretty much brutalize this Inquisitor. I don't like the look of him. He just kind of doesn't smell great either. So,
but he does smell great.
To eat?
I mean, yeah, that was the idea.
Yeah, so your pounce is like it lets you move, enter engage super fast. I think, right?
I don't know if I actually have the pounce talent.
Oh no, never mind. Okay, yeah, that's.
I was just narrating that I pounce on this guy, and so I mean I spent 2 maneuvers to engage, the incidental to shift, and 1 action to attack, and I got 2 successes, so that's going to be 9 damage. It is pierce 1, so there will be it will negate 1 soak there.
Do you have
I'm
that?
Really disappointed. What's up? I need to roll a boost.
Attack?
Yeah, I'll give you the surprise attack because the Templar wasn't really the Inquisitor wasn't really facing you. I feel like the transformation inherently makes you.
Well, he also rolled that 2 advantages on that athletics check.
Yeah, okay. With the 2 advantages, you maintain your boost or you maintain your boost on the Inquisitor specifically somehow, just to make it all.
Was there a boost passed from the last check also to the next character?
I passed the boost.
Yeah,
because I rolled 3 advantages. I passed a setback to Jamil and then a boost to next.
Right. So you get
roll
1 more.
Fingers crossed for 2 advantage.
2 successes instead.
Yeah. So it's going to be 11 damage with pierce 1.
Yeah. So 10. 10. Jesus Christ. You just are a blur and a frenzy of fur and claws and teeth as you just devastate this Inquisitor. He was not expecting it, and yeah, that gets through like 90% of his wounds threshold.
I like the idea that I'm just basically like sitting on his chest and just like ripping at his chest. Like I'm on his, like standing over him, just like, rah! Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, and he's gonna take the NPC slot to reciprocate the action, I guess, as he turns around and sort of pushes you back for a second to gain a little bit of footing himself, and sees now the entire lot of you, except for Sam still, who is still shielded from his perception, and Chester's, it's a menagerie of vermin of evil. Kill them all. And he is going to attack you because he's sort of he can't retreat. He's stuck. So why can't I find you on here? There you go, Jens. Okay.
I guess we could have taken these guys on the road. I guess.
And I'm gonna spend a story point to upgrade that check. And he does 8 damage. 2 advantages, so and it's silver, so he gets the crit on you. So I'm gonna have it roll a crit on you because I like crits more. So go ahead and
do I roll the crit?
Yeah, you have to roll a crit for your own character. So yes, click.
Is there any vicious or anything like that?
No, not with this.
Ooh, rolls.
I mean,
I don't see what it is,
have
though.
anything. It's Sudden Jolt. It's at the top of the history. Sudden Jolt. The target drops whatever is in hand. It's a 1 difficulty critical injury. You rolled a 12.
Drop him on the ground.
Yeah, I don't. You don't have anything in your hand, so like that crit basically means nothing. Which
Does he take fall damage when I drop him? I'm kidding.
Yeah, no, not quite yet. And yeah, that's his. And then he's gonna take a maneuver to take a defensive stance. So he will, and invoke a setback on whatever's attacking him next and whatever he attacks. Next NPC slot is the helmet. The Fat Templar is going to return and try and attack the. Attack Jamil.
Quick question.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Does adding brawn when I'm in like hybrid form, does that increase my soak, or does that not happen? I don't really know how that works.
It should if it's your brawn, because your soak's based on your brawn.
Yeah, your soak directly. Okay. It's like a function of your brawn. So when your brawn changes, your soak changes.
Got it.
Yeah, so the Fat Templar takes his silver spear and just sinks it right into Jamil's gut, actually, and does 6 damage. Wrong thing. As he bypasses
He's really doing work.
So yeah, this Fat Templar is ridiculous.
Yeah, enemies to lovers. We gotta do it.
And he crits him too, with the crit. So that's cool.
Watch him get like overpowered.
Does silver anathema make an automatic crit?
No, he rolled.
Is that how that works?
He rolled 4 advantage, and it's crit. So, yeah, he gets the crit on him. Yeah, that's just Fat Templar's turn. He just did a ton of work on Jamil, who is now like bleeding profusely over the silver spear, and is going to increase the difficulty.
But he's bleeding someone else's blood.
Yes, yeah. He's good. Well, his next check is going to be increased in difficulty by 1.
And he's going to have 1 less green. And a setback.
And I think. Okay, and then Helmeted Templar is going to, seeing Jens leap onto the Inquisitor, is going to spend a maneuver to move into engage with Jens, and has a silver spear as well, and leans back and lunges at Jens with his silver spear. And misses entirely, but with the 3 silver, he's going to apply a setback to Jens as you try to dodge out of the way of his spear attacks. And Sam, we come to your turn now.
Sam is standing in the doorway, stomach grumbling, dreaming about food.
Just walks out.
Some dear, try talking to your friend over there. She points to the other witch.
I didn't eat food before this. Let's see. Oh, sorry, I'm truly dying because I have not had food. Who's almost dead? Who should I attack? What's happening?
The Inquisitor is looking pretty rough.
Yeah, the Inquisitor is jacked.
Yeah, I think I'll do that because I have a strong connection to that buddy boy.
Fat Templar's taking a little bit of
So-
damage, but he's like also.
I'm not going to get between Bran and his Fat Templar, okay? We're not doing that. That's just asking for trouble. Nah.
Seems like his fight.
Yeah, just a little bit. Everybody ready for the Toad Gambit again?
On who? The
I don't
vampire?
think he has a strain threshold, so you could just do an attack.
Or no, just with my daggers.
Or
Wait,
you
I
can
have
cast
two. So
attack
I have.
spells, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
Plague is the closest that.
Yeah, Plague is the
There
only sort of attack.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not really attack spells.
If you did want to do the Toad thing, I did give you some of my blood, so you have a strong empathic thing with the
I could Toad Jamil.
Yeah.
I totally would love.
Ooh, he takes a strain.
All right, we're getting. Yep, we're getting punchy, everybody. Okay, let's try to make the big bad vampire a Toad. Okay, is it still average difficulty? Yeah, because it's a strong connection.
Yeah. So you have to move within. You have to take a maneuver to move into short range, but it is.
I maneuver within short range. She slyly
Looking at it, you
slithers and
can.
rolls.
You can, if you increase the difficulty by 1, you can make it a concentration spell.
So you can stay a toad.
Oh yeah, you can. Oh nice, yeah.
Well, that's kind of fun. Wait, how do you know that?
It's
Where
in
do you
the
see
additional
this?
effects table. So it's the duration.
Under polymorph?
Yeah, under baleful.
Yeah,
polymorph.
page 84.
Okay, polymorph baleful. That is fun.
I'm gonna upgrade the check.
Let's try it.
This. So okay, so it's gonna be
why
2
would you do
purple
that to
and
me?
a red.
Why though?
Because I want you to roll a despair.
But why would you do this to me? All right, well.
This is on Jamil, right? Oh, not...
Yeah, Jamil.
Damn.
Whoops.
No despair though.
This is
just a failure.
This is totally
and
unfortunate.
Did you take the 2 strain for casting a spell?
Oh yes, thank you.
You do have an advantage. You could heal strain from before. You also went in the wrong direction with your strain. You should be at.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you just went down from 4 to 2. You should be at 6 strain. You took strain.
I didn't have 4. What are you talking about?
You did.
I was at 1 strain. I healed that 4 strain from the previous encounter. I only had 1 strain from watching Ozzy try to seduce that man.
Oh.
So yeah, I only had 1.
Okay.
I don't know. It must have just not updated because I took the 2 strain and then I deleted 1 for the advantage.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And yeah, okay, you healed 1 for the advantage. Cool.
Rectamundo. But then I feel like I should take 1 more strain because I'm sad about not turning him into a toad.
Well, you're in short range. Are you still are you popping back out of short range? Or are you gonna stay in short range?
Oh, just stay in short range. Kill me.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just
I want to
waiting
die dramatically
for someone to stay in short range, because it's now Jamil's turn, and Jamil is now going to do once per encounter as an action. This adversary may suffer 4 strain to make an opposed charm versus discipline check.
Oh no!
Oh shit! I got.
Look at his eyes.
No discipline.
And what's your?
I got no discipline.
Yeah, what's your discipline?
It's not good. It's 2. It's 2 green.
But he's got
Spend a
a
destiny point here.
yeah.
Am I?
It's 2 green,
Yeah, 'cause-
so that's 2 purple.
Story point, rather.
Okay. And
But
you
it's
wanna
actually 3 because he took that crit, right?
Oh, you're right. The next check is increased in difficulty by 1, and also he loses an ability
A green.
for the
He
curse.
loses a green,
Ah,
and he
Okay,
has
so
a
what am I
setback.
doing?
yeah, I need to get the setback and the boost. You can spend a
Okay.
story point to increase upgrade the difficulty to a red, basically. Add 1 red.
Do it.
Do it.
Okay. Boop.
Okay, so it is. Okay, so it's gonna be 3 yellow, a blue, 2 purple, a red, and a black. Let's see if he is able to dominate you, and he does. So 1 success, 3 threats,
Oh,
and a
shit.
triumph.
Wow.
If successful during
Wait,
the
how
target,
did he still have that much good stuff going for him?
he is very
He's
high
like a
presence.
master vampire.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Oh, that's painful.
Go in here for a reason.
if
I don't even
successful
know the
during
stat
the target's next turn, this adversary dictates what actions and maneuvers they perform, but will not perform any action that causes them to directly hurt themselves. So he can't make you hurt yourself. But yeah, as you try to cast your polymorph spell on him, like before you're able to finish the incantation, you lock eyes with him and just sort of you lose time. Like it's like when you're driving and 30 minutes pass and you're like, oh my god, how did I get to my destination? That's what happens to you, and you are now in the middle of that happening as you just lose
That
the
happens
next amount of time.
way too much for comfort.
Yeah, it's
It's
really
like,
freaky when it
how am I
happens.
still alive?
Yeah. It's like either a
But
really
you
great
can-
driver or a really terrible driver. I just don't know because of the lapse in memory.
But the fun thing about this is that Sam is so obsessed with turning people into toads that he has an added difficulty if he tries to do anything with her brain but turn people into toads.
Maybe we'll see. You get the triumph too, though, and with
And his triumph is that he gets to enjoy turning people into toads. I mean, is really anything better than that?
I think with the triumph, the Oz's curse is persistent. It's concentrated, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, with the triumph, Jamil is going to upgrade. Jamil is going to have some attack Oz to break the curse, and is going to upgrade it with the triumph. That is what.
We could just have her go last, though.
Mm-hmm.
That is true.
I mean,
I can't stop you from doing that. That's entirely within your ability. So yeah, you can do that. But and then the 3 threat is going to. It's up to you what happens to the 3 threat. You could just give it a setback back to him. Someone could take a free maneuver, something like that. Do you have any thoughts? Or you could apply the strain directly to him.
Let's go with the strain.
Okay.
yeah.
Or is it a spell?
It is a no. It's just an ability. It's not a spell.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't get to use the magic threat table.
Yeah, because he's already taken strain to do that ability check. Right? He had to take 4 strain to do that. Maybe we strain him out, guys.
He's got 7 strain, and it's that's an action, so he can't do another action. So let me see.
Guys, we should strain him out with social checks. Just charm him.
You can do that. I'm gonna stab him with a stake.
I mean, I don't. Well. Okay, I'm not gonna turn him into a bat yet. He stays where he is and takes on a defensive stance. I think actually, so he attacks on him will take a setback, and he'll have a setback if it's attacking. And then it goes to your turn.
You mind if I take the first?
Get your
turn
guy.
Here?
Go for it.
All right. I'm going to aim. Then I'm going to spend 2 strain to spend another 2 strain for rapid archery.
Well, you're
That's the length,
so close to your strain threshold, but yeah, that's great.
I know. I know, but he is very much mad at this guy.
It's
I
also
am going
getting very
to
late, so
spend a point to upgrade this check as well. And shoot away. 1 success, 6 advantages.
Oh my god. Oh, and actually, Fat Templar should have taken 1 wound from your burn as well from before. So I just updated that, and he'll take it on this turn too. So you did 8 damage. Are you critting?
Got the linked, right?
You critting twice? You have the ability to.
No, we're gonna linked. We're gonna linked once and crit once,
Okay.
and that leaves 1 advantage to pass a boost die on to the next.
Okay,
You
so
should heal strain if you can.
1, 2.
Yeah, man.
I don't think he's thinking about that.
He could be like, "Oh, this is satisfying, killing my." Yeah, it's up to you, but.
No, it should be at 11. But then he gets the crit. Okay, and then you're passing a boost. You said.
Yeah.
Dang, linked is good.
Wow. Yeah, your barrage of arrows just like. I think that it's such a heavy barrage that he blocks some of it with his shield, but a bunch of them get past the shield and slam into him, and he just sort of crumples beneath to his knees as he tries to block the barrage, and he's now prone and suffers a strain. So he's at 12 wounds. That Fat Templar.
Just a note: I am fading fast at this moment.
Well, I think
Personally,
we'll go through this round, and then I think this round might finish it off anyway.
Yeah.
Back to the NPCs. Um, yeah, the Inquisitor is going to go ahead and take a swing at Jens with his silver sword. Again, but he will receive a setback because he's in defensive, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah. And bloodied and fading fast as well, the Inquisitor swings his sword and it just slams into the ground right next to you, Jens, and it does nothing. It is back to PC slots.
I would love to turn on this helmeted Templar that attacked me a moment ago.
Yeah, get him.
I know that the Inquisitor is still alive, but I feel like as a hybrid form, like I just go after whatever takes my attention. And the last person to attack was helmeted Templar, so I'm gonna focus my attention on him. I'll still take this setback, and the setback is that I'm like kind of engaged with this other person, and I turn and attack someone else. So I'll take the setback from that last one.
Sure. And you can go berserk, by the way, too. I don't know if you.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay, cool.
So that's going to cost me nothing but a maneuver. I'm going to add a success and 2 advantage.
Yep, to all melee combat checks. But you also suffer a success on anything targeting you for the rest of the encounter.
Correct.
What? So 6 successes, 1 advantage, and a despair.
Oh,
so,
dang!
But you do 13 damage. So this.
That is also Pierce 1, by the way. So just so you know.
Oh, nice.
And I'm so bummed that I wanted 2 advantage. I wanted the crit so bad, but that's okay.
I mean, you do half his. Through his soak, you do half his wounds with that single attack as you, in a flurry, you move on to attacking this guy.
What happens with this despair?
Yeah, that's a weird despair. I think with the despair, with the despair, you're gonna you, you as you turn suddenly, it gives the Inquisitor an opportunity to get a quick slash at you, and he just sort of slashes across the length of one of your legs, and you're going to suffer a difficulty upgrade on your next check.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that I like that the most for that. And then we move to the next PC.
I'll take it if no one minds.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to spend a maneuver to move back into short range from Monsieur Vampire. I'm going to spend another 2 strain to continue concentrating on my spell. I also have a question about that.
Mhm.
If I'm concentrating on a spell, do I know where they are at all times? Like, if he were to leave, could I track him through this spell if I maintained it?
I don't think you could. I don't. No, I don't like that. So
Okay.
I'd say yeah, you can't
Okay.
track.
Good to know.
You know whether or not he's alive, I think, or incapacitated, because then your spell would sort of break, right? And
Right.
you wouldn't be able to concentrate anymore. But specifically, like locational tracking is a little bit too much.
I am going to attempt to cast Plague on this man. Okay, so it's a base easy difficulty. Is there anything that I can add to Plague?
Oh yeah,
Any
plague
additional
has a
effects?
bunch of effects. So you can do close combat to do it engaged, creeping for 1 difficulty. At the end of the target's next turn, they have to make a average resilience check or suffer strain equal to your character's rank in knowledge forbidden. If it generates 2 threat or despair, they have to remake the roll on the following round. So it just continues on, basically. You can increase its range. Necrotic Burst is if the target dies before the end of your next turn, then any character engaged with the deceased has to make a resilience check, as if they were affected by plague.
Wow.
Anything about extra damage?
Weakening Plague makes the target less resistant to witchcraft, but that's that's 3 additional difficulty. I think creeping is the one that's going to add the most damage because
Okay.
yeah.
But since that's only 2, and he can make a check to resist, and I'm assuming that he might succeed that, I'm just gonna have it be a base to get most successes as possible.
Okay.
So that's a red and purple because he has adversary, right? Or is it a flat check?
He has adversary 2, so it should be 2 reds.
Well, it starts as 1 purple, so
right, yeah.
2.
So the upgrade in you're right, red and a purple.
Okay, so it's gonna be pretty good check. I'll first have to take strain for second maneuver, and for casting. Very close to my strain threshold. I kind of want to flip, or there is a pass boost? Okay, good. Yeah, I'm gonna flip.
Do it.
Okay, and let's go. Shit.
1 failure, 5 advantages, and a despair. So the curse doesn't take effect. The plague doesn't take effect. The 5 advantages, I'm not sure what you want to do. That's a lot of advantage. I again will treat that equivalent to a triumph. With the despair,
I don't want him to leave or flee. And I know that's bad for me because I stayed in short range. And I also know that he can one-shot me because I saw the damage that he could do when he missed against the Fat Templar.
That lucky Fat Templar. With the despair, though, I'm gonna use the you overexert yourself and your connection to magic snaps and you feel it thin, so you're not able to actually cast spells for the rest of the encounter.
Can I continue concentrating though?
Yes, I'll let you continue concentrating.
Okay.
Only because Sam is gonna slap you in just a couple of turns.
Okay. Then with that, ooh, that's pretty bad. Okay. 5 advantages. Yeah, because my whole intent is that I don't want him to think that this is too rich for my taste and then boogie on out of here. So can I provoke can I make him stay here with like 3 advantages?
I was gonna say the 5 advantages. I would say you could uh, disable his bat form basically.
Oh, sweet.
That's because
I'll
that's
do
about a
that.
triumph equivalent. Yeah, so you're able to like just uh, the Jamil is so suffused with magic and this arcane energy that you weren't able to get the spell off that you wanted to, and the feedback effect has basically
Flew a little too close to the
short-circuited.
sun.
Yeah, it, like short-circuited your ability to cast spells going forward, but you uh, did manage to sort of just do like a little snip on the magic that enables his transmogrification into a bat. So
Sweet.
cool.
Yep.
Next PC slot.
I'll take this since we want Sam to go last. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, let's not have me kill somebody too soon.
So I'll take a maneuver to get into short range.
Okay.
I'll take a second maneuver to prepare 1 the crossbow. Because it has prepare 1. So let me add 2 strain. Right. And I will shoot him from short range. And by him I mean Jamil.
Okay. Go for
with
it.
the wooden. So I said I loaded it. So with the wooden stake. So short range, adversary 2 defense. Is that a red, purple?
One more. I'm gonna add one more black.
Okay.
Because he is in defensive stance.
Sure.
And then I'm
last story point. You guys want me to use it? Unless he's about to use one.
I'm gonna upgrade it, so I'm gonna upgrade the roll. Too.
Okay.
But if you can upgrade your ability check if you want as well.
Do it.
All right. Not the best roll I've ever made, but we'll see how it goes. No, they use all 5 to get the bat form out of the way, right, Ozzy?
Yeah, he can't bat.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so no boosts, and see what happens.
Wow.
Ooh.
1 success, 2 threats, and a triumph.
Yeah, that's 6 damage to him. Does it break that soak?
It doesn't break this soak, actually.
Oh, it's Pierce 1.
It's Pierce 1?
Yeah.
Oh, then you do 1. It breaks a soak. You do 1 damage. You can use that triumph for a crit if you want.
Yes, I do, because vampire, so I get to add vicious 5.
Yeah, I was gonna say you get vicious 5 with that crit. As
wooden stake.
Wooden stake.
Oh my gosh.
Let me see. So I need. So it's.
Right, that's how it works.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's plus 50 to this crit. I'm rolling the crit
and
right
he
now.
has 2 other crits, right?
Yeah, he has other crits already. So we'll see what this is. Wow. Gruesome injury.
I think that's the staggered one. Damn it.
So roll 1d10. Let's see. So 6. So gruesome injury. He
This is agility.
permanently loses 1 rank of agility from your crit. That is crazy.
I'm gonna say, I haven't seen you in hundreds of years, and now you're trying to take away a good friend of mine's long-awaited revenge. Eat shit. And I'm gonna shoot him with the stake, but I'm really old, so my aim is really off. So I just shoot him to the kneecap or something.
Yeah. And he just like falls to it's like, Lonila, what? You're the friends. I don't even know who is this guy. Who are these guys? What is this? I'm a tradesman. What are you doing? And, Fat Templar is gonna go ahead and do a
Kill Camille.
Yeah, combat roll on Jamil as he leans back with the spear, and still a setback for that.
I'm sorry. I did get 2 threats, by the way. What did you want to use for that?
Oh, take a setback on your next roll.
Sure.
And Fat Templar gets a triumph, but does not kill him. I think that So with a triumph, I'm gonna take the triumph. I'm gonna spend a story point. I'm gonna do something really. It's gonna suck for Bran, but it'll speed things up, and I like it. Fat Templar, he lunges at Jamil with the silver spear, and then looks around, and you see it dawn upon him. His eyes go wide, and he realizes that this is a losing battle. There's no way his team was equipped to handle this, and he looks back at Jamil, who is bleeding profusely, and then looks at the werewolf, looks at Jens, who is just gruesome, and throws his spear down and his shield and just books it and runs out the door.
It's only got a maneuver though, so can I still see him?
Yes, you can get one last. You can flick a shot off as he gets through the door, I think. So maybe you can take him down before he can make it out alive, and run away. That will be his thing. The Helmeted Templar is being devastated by Jens as well, and he's gonna lean back and just stab at Jens. Does 13 damage.
Jesus Christ.
And with the advantage is going to pass that.
Wait, I thought the Helmeted Templar, the Fat Templar did it. Got it.
This is the Helmeted Templar. The Helmeted Templar got a really good roll. The Fat Templar, peaced out. And
got it.
There's nothing really to do with that advantage right now, so I'm not. I guess the Fat Templar or the Inquisitor will get a boost basically, as with that advantage. Next NPC.
Yeah. How you looking, Jens?
Yeah, I think Jens is bloody right now, and there's silver.
Yeah, I'm struggling a bit.
All right, kids, let's wrap this up.
Yeah, the Inquisitor, the Inquisitor already went, right? It'd be Lysa, the young witch. It's her turn to go. She's going to. She's gonna take a page out of. Actually, she's gonna look around too and see that this is also not going in her favor very well, and is going to attempt to cast Polymorph Self and turn into a crow.
A bat? Oh.
Not a bat. Not everyone has to turn into bats. She's a vampire. She's not allowed to.
Okay.
Jamil is very specific. Like, never turn into a bat. Any other flying creature, okay. Bat, no. Straight to vampire jail. And
that would get you straight to hell.
And yeah, she's gonna try that. And let's see. Okay, cool. She fails to cast a spell, and it is Sam. It's your turn. Sam, you have to attack Oz.
Oh boy.
I got one defense. Bring it.
What's your one defense?
One black.
I was gonna be like, I'm very charming.
No.
That's my one defense.
You wouldn't hurt me, right?
Wait, so how am I attacking you? Just with a dagger?
I don't. Yeah, I think at this point, Jamil's pretty pissed off. So yeah, dagger.
All right, so I click on you. What am I? Engaged, I guess?
You'll spend a maneuver to get into engaged. Yeah, so you'll be
Great.
engaged with.
Now, I do have 2 daggers.
Dual wield.
No, it's just the one dagger. You can choose whichever dagger is the higher damage.
Exact same. Okay, I think I've done it. Let's roll those die.
Why do you have 2 daggers?
Because that's what I was given as a scoundrel.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
3 damage though. 1 success, 1 advantage. So
I've been
I
using
take
daggers this whole time.
I take 2 wounds
yeah.
because I have 1 soak.
So, yeah, out of nowhere, Sam sort of stumbles over to you, glassy-eyed, and just
Sam,
shanks
what are you doing?
Shoves the dagger deep into your gut.
She's like, you always, you're
wait,
fine, but like, you compliment people too much. I'm a little bit annoyed about it.
I don't think that warranted the stabbing.
And Sam, you regain a little bit of strain with that advantage, I think, as
Ooh, nice.
you do
You know?
deep down feel that Oz had it coming, and he deserved it.
Damn.
Also, that breaks your concentration, though.
Do I have to make a discipline check to maintain that, or does it just you always fail?
I think it's a hard discipline check, so yeah, go ahead and do the discipline check to see if it breaks your concentration.
Dang.
So yeah, you are unable to concentrate and take 2 strain as you are now trying to focus. You were trying to focus on your magic as you were shanked in the gut.
Dang. Well then, I will. Oh, witch blood is not. It doesn't say out of turn incidental, so never mind.
Witch blood?
Yeah, because it's flip to suffer 2 wounds
No,
to heal strain.
It was a really bad joke. I apologize.
Oh.
I don't remember what Jamil's strain was. It reset his strain for some reason, which is annoying. But it was very high.
I think it was 7, because he took 3 from something and then 4 from that mind control.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, it was the threats that he rolled on the mind control. Because he rolled 3 threats.
Oh, right, okay. And he's at like 8 wounds too, I think, right, or something.
Just
my turn. I gotta get to bed. I've been up since 5.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
Oh,
so,
dude, yeah.
I think that I'll just spend a story point and we wrap this up because I think that you guys at this point Jamil has gained his strength back and he's gonna go ahead and just gonna have really quickly do damage to see if he gains any strain from attacking the helmeted or the Inquisitor.
Oh, he's gonna turn him.
No, he just heals strain from doing damage, and he does 12 damage and a triumph. So I think basically now that the curse has been left to Jamil, turns to the Inquisitor and just just rips his entire throat out, and blood sprays everywhere, and Jamil's strain heals back to what it was. And he says, but he still has a stake in his leg and everything and all that. The Inquisitor is dead. The Fat Templar. Do you want, Bran? Do you want to do a range shot?
Yeah. So he took the burn damage again, and then it's over. And then I'm gonna spend 2 strain to use exploit and attack him to try to entangle him.
Okay, cool.
And I'll spend a story point to upgrade.
That puts you right at your threshold too, right?
Yep.
That's great.
Yep. Like I said, I don't think at this point Brand is even thinking about self-preservation.
Right. No, that I think as I think
And he fails.
Oh no!
your shot sinks into the door and like whizzes by the Fat Templar's head as he runs out, and he looks back, and then you see a sudden realization as he realizes who it was, and just a sheer terror and panic crosses his face before he sprints out into the street, and you hear his feet patter away down the pavement before disappearing into the night. However, shortly after, I'll just narrate this because you guys are going to kill the Helmeted Templar in like a second. So, as the Helmeted Templar falls, Jamil looks over to Lonila and says, "Look, I don't know why you are so angry at me. We just you've had an eternity to become the master vampire that you are, and look at what you have achieved. You and your friends killed a whole bunch of Templars and church people. Oh, la di da, that's amazing. Very good. I want to offer you, perhaps, I have a job offer for you, and maybe this will help you find what you've finally been looking for." And I think with that, we will break and call the scene close as we wrap up the Inquisition setting. So,
Yay!
All right.
thanks
I
all
hate
for
to
playing.
just get that quick, but I gotta go.
No,
Have a good night.
totally.
Thanks
Good
for running.
night.
Thanks for
All right.
having a good session. So
Thanks, dude. Yeah, thanks for playing. This was super
Good night.
cool.
I was playing with you.
And yeah, thanks for playing, guys. I thought this went really well. It took a good bit longer. I was honestly not expecting you all to fight both of the vampires, the vampire and the team of Inquisitors and Templars. So this went in a direction that was much slower than I was expecting. But I think it was cool. It all made sense. And it was. I hope you guys had fun and got to see a cool slice of the Inquisition setting.
Yeah. Today I learned I love playing a werewolf.
It was fun. No, I that's why I asked if like I felt compelled, like at all. Just the way I read her backstory was that like she really resents being a vampire. Like she sees the benefits, but like she. So I would have if she hasn't seen this guy in like 800 years. Like,
no, I think you put that perfectly. Yeah, that totally made sense. I just was not expecting that. The way that I had originally plotted this out was that when you guys got there, eventually the Inquisition would show up. You wouldn't really get the drop on them the way that you guys did, and that you would be given the option of either side with the vampire, your sire, and kill the Inquisition, or side with the Inquisition and kill the vampire.
Ooh.
And it'd be this choice. But you'd also have like the NPCs as allies, so the combat would not be quite as long. Versus like we're gonna fight everyone.
Chaotic
they're all dying.
fest.
Yeah. Free for all, bitch.
Yeah. But I think it was really cool. I liked it. I wish that we had gotten to it a little bit earlier so that we could have done the full scene in its full glory. But I think that was actually a really cool scene. There were a lot of really
it was a lot of fun.
Ozzy was too busy smooching earlier.
I did really like the skill challenge part. I played in your Beanstalk one shot a while ago.
Oh, the
that was on the
one.
server.
Nice.
Yeah. I don't remember if there was one there, but this one was like it was over a couple days because it was like a road trip thing. That was a lot of fun. I don't really use those in my games, so I definitely will try those out. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm glad. I love skill challenges. They're like my favorite easy mechanic for GMing, because you basically can create an entire session of just like saying do a skill challenge and figure it out.
Yeah, I've used them a lot for like oh like you get to a town and you've got to like find information about like somebody you're tracking, or you're like what stuff like that, that it's like that could go on for like it like he just said, like an entire session of just like, well, we go here, well, we go there, but instead it's like easy to just be like, everybody make a check, and you kind of like wrap up their deal in a check, and then when you get to the end of it, if they succeed, it's like, okay, this is all the stuff that you accomplished with this skill challenge, and we move to the next scene, instead of like just spending 4 hours just like going from like building to building in a city or something,
Right. Well, and the skill challenge is basically what it does is it just processizes what normal tabletop RPGs anyway, which is like a series of skill checks to get to a result. And the skill challenge just formalizes that. If you need to go, Lindsay.
I'm gonna bail too, yeah, because I just made food and I'm very hungry.
Yeah, no worries.
Good night. Have fun.
Peace out.
Good night, everybody. Oh, here's the fun thing. Oh, there's the button.
Yeah, no, skill challenges are great. I like them quite a bit. I'm glad that you guys succeeded your skill challenge, because the failure scenario
was close.
It was shockingly close. The failure scenario is that you would have to fight a bear, which it would have been a 2-session game had you guys failed that. There's no way we could have gotten anywhere close to where to a scene resolution or a session resolution.
We would have just turned him into a spider and then stepped on him.
Clearly.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that if you guys had fought the bear and then got, I don't think there would have been a combat situation at the end. It would have just been like a quick combat, maybe single roll combat check or something for then, depending on who you went with, because yeah, combat takes a long time. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it, and I hope you guys liked
a lot of fun.
Inquisition, or at least what you saw of Inquisition. It's a cool setting. So
yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
A lot of fun, yeah.
And
I can now say I'm a voice actor.
Yeah.
And I will. I mean, just keep an eye on the channel. I would promise to let you know specifically when we release the episode, but that's going to be like 2 months from now, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably gonna forget to ping you guys at that point.
I need to add one final thing before we go, because I just read that when you change into a werewolf, all of your clothes are destroyed. So when this battle is all wrapped up, covered in gore, I grab up everybody in the room into a big bear hug. And I was like, yes, this is how you do! Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's great. And I'm sure Bran is also like just super despondent and sad.
Oh yeah.
He lost his chance at vengeance. And
God,
but you know, this is like if
super pissed having to deal with Jamil again.
Well, I was gonna say, in the interest of time, I was gonna have Lunilla say, like, you took something from me, I took something from you, which his agility lowered by 1 permanently. To say, like, we're even, I guess, kind of.
Yeah.
There's no cybernetics here, so.
And if this was like going to be like a continuing campaign, like that moment of that that person escaping, like that just continues a character arc for Bran, right? Like that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, bummer, I didn't get to complete my vengeance yet, but you still have something like a carrot dangling for that character, you know, something further to continue down the road. So, I mean, that's just, it's really cool when things happen that way. You know, it's like that's how you have to look at it.
That's my go-to for these games, is to try and get a conclusion that is like that opens up the door for if a listener is like, I really like that story, I want to sort of pick it up into a longer running campaign or something. There are options for that, because in the one that you played last time, the familiar setting, the fox,
that's right,
familiar,
he escaped,
yeah, in a spirit form to potentially possess another whatever, who knows. So if someone wanted to pick up that story and continue it, they have the option to. So that's I try with all of these, I try to leave that there. With this, I honestly was expecting you guys to side with the vampire, but I think it's also because you didn't go into the warehouse until after the Inquisition had barged in, so it's already like going into a combat zone. Because the intent is that the Jamil, being this old vampire, has really become entrenched himself into Valcien high society, and Valcien specifically is a city that has a reputation of researching forbidden stuff. There's this entire ancient ancient civilization's ruins just outside the city that the church technically forbids researching because it's apocryphal. But nonetheless, Valcien has gained a huge technological and trade advantage by researching and excavating the ruins to discover lost technologies. So I figured that Jamil has sort of been part of that and now is shipping stuff in from the Midnight Mountains to research the aberrations and see what else they could learn from the Midnight Mountains. So
Nice.
I was expecting once I had a chance to like do a monologue explanation of that, you guys would be more like, "Oh yeah, the vampire is a cool plan. I want to do that." Versus the stupid
or
people.
we kill him and then we take over his connections.
Yeah, okay, or that too, I suppose, would also be fair. But yeah, so
if we were materialist people.
yeah, I forgot that Lonila is Sam is actually a hyper-capitalist. Lonila, on the other hand, is deeply anti-capitalist. Is like
I just
anarcho-communist.
From her alchemist background and the fact that she's lived so long. I read a little bit in the document like the empire fell 1300 years ago, and you don't actually say, you just said that she's lived for many centuries. I was pictured like she might have been alive when there was still an empire. So like that's what I was working with the perspective of.
Oh sure.
Where it's like she's seen money change and like how useless it is.
No, yes. That's cool. I left it vague intentionally because it's yeah. I figured, you could either play it as she's been only alive for like a few hundred years, or maybe a few, like, less than 100, but many decades, or like you're saying, like for 1,000 years at this point or something.
Right.
So I thought that you did really well with Lanila. So that was awesome.
Everybody did really great.
Yeah,
with
I thought
you
guys all did great. It is also getting super late here for me because I am also East Coast, so I am going to turn off Craig for now. There we go. And I'm going to call it a night. So thanks so much,
guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and
thank you for running.
Yeah,
thanks
for
running.
Hopefully
I'll see you in some of our other games. We'll be doing, I think, Starcana next, but there'll be an announcement in chat.
I've been talking to Drainsmith. I should be running a Keyforge game for the server sometime. My work schedule
is cool, kick ass. Yeah, I would love to play in some. It's just between this and like the Genesys Foundry products that I'm working on, like I have not had time to actually play just chill games for a while.
Yeah. Well, I'll be sure to let everybody know in the server if I can. My work cooperates with me.
That'd be rad.
Definitely.
Right. Cool. Night, guys.
Peace out.
Later.
See ya.